This meeting is called to order. We have invocation by Reverend John Brown from St. Paul, AME.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, members of this great community of Alachua. I'm the Reverend John E. Brown, Senior Pastor of St. Paul African Methodist Episcopal Church, and I bring you greetings from our Bishop Marvin Clyde Zanders II. I bring you greetings from our presiding elder, Elder Tony D. Hansberry. I bring you greetings from the members of St. Paul AME Church. It's a pleasure for me to be here this evening to offer a word of prayer. Let us pray. Eternal and everlasting Father, before we ask for anything, Father, we just want to tell you thank you for everything. Thank you, Father, that you woke us up this morning. You woke us up in what we considered to be our right minds. We had eyes that we can see. We had ears we can hear. We had a tongue that we can talk, legs that we can walk. So, Lord God, we just want to tell you thank you. Thank you for all that you do, all that you've done, and all that you're going to do. We thank you for this opportunity to be able to gather in a meeting of the minds, Lord God. We pray that you will be in the midst of this meeting, Lord God, as you always are, Lord. Lead us and guide us in the way that you would have us to go. Lord, we thank you for the officers that you have placed in this great city, Lord God. Thank you for the people that you brought to this community, the good life community, Lord. We pray that we'll be able to serve in unity and in peace, all under one umbrella, Lord God. We just thank you, Father. We pray this evening for those who might not be feeling well, Lord, those who are sick, those in the hospital, those in the nursing home, convalescent home. Lord God, we pray for those who are homeless, the careless, the unconcerned, those in the prisons, those in the jailhouses, Lord God. We pray for them. We pray for those who are affected by the natural disasters of this world, Lord God. We thank you for all that you are doing, Lord God. Lord God, we pray for our children. We pray for our schools. We pray for our churches. We pray for the businesses of this community, Lord God. And now, Lord, as we go forth with this meeting, work your magic, Lord God. It's in Jesus' name we pray. And every heart said, Amen.
Yeah.
We'll turn and start with the pledge. I pledge allegiance
The flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now, may I have a motion for the agenda, approval of the agenda?
Mr. Mayor, before we do a motion on the agenda, unfortunately for Commissioner Umis, he had a death family. He's attending his family matters. He will not be here this evening.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I move the approval of the agenda.
I will second.
It's been moved to second. Now we have public comments on the motion on the floor. If there be any. If there's no comment on the motion, we'll take a voice vote on the agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes, aye. So we all ayes have it, so say we all. Now the approval reading of the proposed ordinance and resolution by title only.
Mr. Mayor, I'll approve the reading of the proposed ordinances and resolutions by title only.
It's been moved.
Sorry, I didn't hit the second.
You're welcome. It's been moved to second. There be no public comment on this motion. So we'll move to step 3, call for a vote from the commissioners, a voice vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So the ayes have it, so say we are. Now we will move to special presentation.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there are no special presentations for this agenda.
Okay. Is there any comments from the citizen on the subject, not on the agenda?
Hi there. Good evening. My name is Catherine Frisch. I'm a homeowner, voter, and engaged citizen of this city. As you know, a couple months ago, there was a big to-do about the possibility of a hyperscale data center in our city. It was floated in a real estate listing. At that time, the city felt it had put this matter to rest by explaining that such a center would not be possible under current regulations. However, a small group of us, 3 residents, got together to discuss this further and identified what we believe is a need to continue the conversation proactively with you, our elected officials. We reached out to each of you in the past several months requesting individual meetings to open a dialogue. This is an important topic that is not going to go away simply because hyperscale data centers are not listed as an item on the currently permissible uses in our city. The 3 of us left messages, sent emails requesting a few minutes of your time to sit down to discuss next steps for consideration. Commissioner Brown was the only one who followed through on talking with us, which we greatly appreciated. We did have 2 appointments set up that need to be postponed but have not yet been rescheduled. It is our belief that open and proactive communication on this topic is essential for setting the stage for future civil and reasonable discussions on the hyperscale topic with our city. Dismissing the issue without giving it proper consideration does not serve our community or your constituents. I am here before you this evening to once again request that our elected officials, with the exception of Commissioner Brown, who's already met with us, please accept our request for an individual meeting. We are here because concern regarding hyperscale data centers is not going to go away, so we believe the best approach is to control the discussion by acknowledging the issue and framing the conversation while we can still get ahead of the rhetoric. I appreciate your time and your service this evening, and I ask you to please contact us so we can begin that dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, city manager, city attorney, Danielle Judd, citizen of Alachua. We are here tonight to seek your support to enact an interim pause on the possibility that a hyperscale data center could select Alachua as a preferred site. As you may know, neither our comp plan nor the Land Development Code contemplates this type of use. This is a brand new industry, as we all know. The county is similarly situated. Absence in our code does not eliminate the risk, and I will explain why based on my own experience. If you'll recall, the adult entertainment industry and also internet cafe businesses years ago, neither were permitted by right, and they magically appeared in our community. And the city actually expended a tremendous amount of legal resources because one of the items had to do with First Amendment rights. Throughout the county, or rather throughout the country, from California all the way to Maine, the realities of hyperscale data center development has garnered national and regional attention. In Florida alone, 20 out of the 27 counties have taken time to craft standards that allows them to address this item in a measured fashion instead of a knee-jerk reaction. 3 counties actually now have outright prohibitions. In total, that is 23 counties out of 67, which is just over a third of all of our counties. These are jurisdictions that have contemplated the matter according to the Florida Springs Council tracking map, which is available to anyone online. I would also share with you that are also nationwide maps available as well that you can provide information for yourselves. So the future is here, and Alachua is ill prepared to control this type of development. While the state legislature has enacted legislation, it simply allows, as you know, that Senate bill jurisdiction to develop standards. The time to protect our community is now, not wait until we have a pending application and a developer has already engaged in due diligence. That's what always puts us behind, and it's happened several times in this community. So with that, I would just say doing nothing is in and of itself a decision. Take an affirmative policy step. We rely on you as our elected leaders, and we need your support before it's too late. The city of Alachua must take the initiative and not simply wait on the county. And I would just say in closing that we are also in a position to provide sample ordinances along with the data and analysis that we have comprised over the last few months to assist the administration. We're to help and we're here to serve. With that, I close and thank you for your attention this evening.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Sarah Younger. I'm here today as a representative of the Sewanee St. John's Group Sierra Club. I first want to address something that's bigger than what you're looking at ahead later in the agenda. I want to address how the city reviews major land use proposals in environmentally sensitive areas and whether the public is being given a meaningful opportunity to participate. We've now sat through meeting after meeting that stretches for hours, sometimes late into the night. While residents try to raise legitimate questions about groundwater, karst, stormwater, the formal landfill, traffic, wastewater capacity, and our drinking water supply. Whether intended or not, a process that requires ordinary citizens to repeatedly stay for 5, 6, 7, even 10 hours just to be heard becomes a barrier to public participation. So people that, have jobs, they have children, they have elderly parents, they should not have to demonstrate extraordinary endurance simply to participate in decisions that could affect their wells, their neighborhoods, and their water for generations. So when a development is proposed on sensitive land, the city should have a process that identifies those risks before the public hearing, not after the residents discover them. So I wanted to add that we at Sierra Club are offering a public forum on October 10th across the street at the Lions Club from 2 to 5. We invite you to come and learn more from experts on what exactly our water systems are stressed by, what they need, and how to best address them. And I invite all the public as well to this forum, which I said is an open forum for all to come and participate. We'll have experts from various agencies, such as the county, as well as the Florida Springs Council and scientists from the university. So I invite you all. It's 2 to 5 p.m.
Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Zoe King. I wanted to talk about two things. I am going to throw them under the bus. They did reach out to parks, and nobody's returned returned them the information. So, like I said, I was a job site over the summer. I can't tell you anything negative. The kids are vetted, they're drug tested, background checked. They go through all of the normal employment screening that Goodwill would do to employ an adult. And they do it in the summer, fall, and I think in the spring. So if you're a local business as well and you want to open up a opportunity for the kids to come and do an internship with you, they're looking for job sites. So it's ages 14 through 18. They have to be enrolled in the Alachua County schools, and for this part, they have to be in the rural Alachua County area. They learn normal skills, business development network. They have to interview for the positions. It's basically like trying to do a regular job. So it is really important, and I think you guys should consider that. The second thing I want to talk about, I don't know if you guys remember back when you approved for them to build the Dutch Brothers in the other two locations, the developers said that they would not impede traffic in that area with development. I don't know if you've driven by lately, but the turn lane going into where the school is, right there at that intersection, the majority of that entire turn lane is blocked off. So I ask that you hold them accountable because we're back in school. And the last thing I ask is if you guys had followed up on possibly meeting with the county to discuss lowering the speed limit on 235A, where the lady hit the tree. There's also a kids bus stop, and the parents have put reflectors out there at this point because nothing's been done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just got a question for the city manager. Did staff want to say something regarding the TeenWorks?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, staff's prepared to have a discussion.
Okay.
Dan, do you mind if we address that first? Thank you, sir.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager, City Attorney. My name is Damon Messina with the City Recreation and Culture Department. Yes, we did receive a call last week, mid last week, roughly Wednesday. We put calls out to all of our organizations, and we're still in the process, perhaps, of hiring a couple kids for the TeamWorks program. Also, I wanted to add that we did it over summer as well. We did it through the summer before, and we did it the summer before. We've also been affiliated since it was called Florida Works, which was up by Meridian. So, yes, we do have a working relationship. Deontay Lee was someone who I spoke to during the summer. We just got a phone call that they're going to start doing it over the fall. We just received that phone call, and we're hitting the ground running. We will make sure we can make a phone call, perhaps this week. So we will get there. I just wanted to make sure for transparency reasons that we're on point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Tara Malone from Human Resources. Just to piggyback off of Damon's comments, we have had a long-standing relationship with them. We even had somebody in the deputy clerk's office last year. The reason why we didn't get the big crew for the summer this year is because this was the first year we didn't host summer camp. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. My name is Dan Rittenhouse. I'm a resident of the city of Alachua. I'm here tonight as part of that small coalition that spoke a little bit earlier that is concerned about the regulations around hyperscale data centers. I also want to give a little context here and where I'm coming from. I work in the technology industry. I use data centers and artificial intelligence daily to do my job. And so I can very clearly say I'm not anti-technology, not anti-AI, and not anti-data center. But in fact, these technologies are part of what I do professionally. My concern is that we're seeing today functionally, it's different in scale, density, and infrastructure demand than those data centers of the past. And what I want to compel you guys to is, you've already heard from my fellow residents some of the challenges that we've had trying to get a hold of the commissioners and getting some FaceTime with them to discuss these matters. But Alachua needs to address this before it becomes a problem, because it's likely to, as you heard the numbers, it's compelling. It's, the majority of the counties in this state are going to be touched in some way or another. I just wanted to cover two things in particular. Well, why Alachua, the city of Alachua is likely to be targeted. Hyperscale data centers are expanding into markets that because their traditional data center hubs are running into constraints. Power is becoming constrained. Interconnectivity timelines are getting longer. large development parcels are becoming harder to find. So developers are moving into these secondary and emerging markets like the city of Alachua. And if you don't believe me, just look at some of the articles from recent talking about how compelling the proposition is for these hyperscalers to come to Florida. We need to act now. And then the second thing is why do we need to rely on why we should not rely on the county to protect us from this? Alachua County has taken a position that prevents large scale data centers from simply being treated as existing permitted use, but that in itself doesn't give detailed data center standards to prevent those from happening. So there are very hard examples of cities that have taken this approach, even though the counties have given legislation. Zephyr Hills took action, even though Pasco County had taken action. Ormondo Beach has taken action, even though Volusia County has addressed this through some of their regulations. So there's precedent for this, and there is concern, and I think we are at risk. So I would compel you to sit down and have a discussion with some of these residents. As a matter of fact, I printed out some
Thank you.
contact info if you'd like it.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, staff. My name is Tamara Robbins. At the last commission meeting, Mr. Mayor, I inquired about the informational signage that the public paid $42,000 for about the stormwater facility down behind Sunny's joint project, I think, with the water district, the county, and the city. And the city manager, Mr. Mayor, responded with what I understood him to say: the signs have been posted. They have been installed, and that school kids had received tours, and providing information for the kids was always a priority. Well, I was told they were in the warehouse. There was no work order to install them. I drive by that property every day. I don't see any signs out there. So I would really like to know what the truth is about where those signs are. That's a lot of money to spend on signage and not have it utilized. $42,000. So I'd like the truth, please. On the other thing, data centers, the people that have spoken here are correct about this. Inaction is irresponsibility. Look up Saline, Michigan, in Washtenaw County. Big, beautiful rural area in between, a little bit south of Ann Arbor. Big data center, mega, massive, $18 billion data center comes in, wants to rezone a massive tract, 300 acres of beautiful farmland. The local government said, no, we're not doing that. The company threatened to sue them because they were imposing exclusionary zoning. So if you don't provide a place, or you don't flat out have policy that says you're not going to allow this, you look it up, look at the aerial photos right now of what's going on in this, what was some of the most beautiful rural rolling farmlands in southern Michigan that I drive by every time I go visit. It's absolutely stunning what the destruction is, the level of it, and what the people in that community are going to have to live with and endure. And now they're talking about, oh, gee whiz, well, now they're going to have to expand the coal burning power facility to meet the demand. Well, let's just hope they don't tap into the Great Lakes for their water. Do something now, or you are irresponsible by sticking your head in the sand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I respond on something, please? I just want, for myself and for the record, I did have a meeting set up with Miss Catherine, and I don't remember if these two other vigils were in that meeting. I had to reschedule that meeting. Last week I emailed and responded that I would have to reschedule because 2 o'clock was close to our workshop and I have a meeting with the city manager. So I just want to be clear that I am definitely interested in sitting down with them, and I'm trying to figure out the best time for all of us.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, can I respond to Mrs. Robbins? She brought up twice about the signs at Mill Creek. We provided the response to her before. there are folks sitting here in this audience that I've given tours to that seen the signs, appreciated the signs, and commented on the signs. And so again, what this board has done for Mill Creek Sink Water Quality Improvement Project is amazing, and those signs are a testament to the good work that we do here at the City of Alachua. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Will there be any other comments on the subject from the citizen?
Nobody answered my question, which was, did you guys follow up with the county about reducing the speed limit? We brought it up several times in the past. And it's been probably 2 months since it was brought up. Actually, it was at the beginning of the summer that it was brought up as well.
Mr. Mayor, I will respond, not on that, but I will respond on Miss Zoe's. I did pull over. I live on the same street. I did pull over and talk to the workers. The reason that that sidewalk is closed, that area is closed off the turning lane into Santa Fe High School, is they are just finished the sidewalk and the cones and everything should be out by the end of this week.
Thank you. Are there any more comments from the public? If not, we'll move to item 3. Is it a committee report, committee appointments, or city announcements?
Sorry, Mayor, my button's a little slow on me today.
It's all right.
For the opioid task force, we do have a meeting scheduled for in 2 weeks, and so I plan on to report back for me on anything else that may come up at that point. But right now, we're just still moving forward in the same directions that we've been doing with that.
Mr. Mayor. Yes, this Thursday, we have a meeting with the North Central Florida Regional Planning Council, so I'll be attending that this week.
Thank you both. Now we'll move to item 4, public hearing and order.
Mr. Mayor, I'll go ahead and read this by title only. This is ordinance 26-09, an ordinance of the city of Alachua, Florida, relating to the small-scale amendment of the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map, amending the future land use map classification of a plus or minus 46.68 acre subject property from low-density residential, moderate-density residential, and community commercial to moderate-density residential, community commercial, and commercial, generally located at 16650 Northwest U.S. Highway 441. The tax parcel number is 03042-050-004. Next parcel number is 03042-050-005, portion thereof. And last tax parcel number is 03046-003-000, a portion thereof. Repealing all ordinances in conflict, providing severability, and providing an effective date. The appropriate motion at the appropriate time is to pass ordinance 26-09. You can deny it, or you can table it to a date certain. This is the legislative hearing, second reading, as read by title only.
All right. Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, Attorneys, Carson J. Crockett, Principal Planner with the City of Alachua Planning and Community Development Department. My resume is on file in the Office of the Deputy City Clerk. As stated, this is a legislative hearing, also known as application number PSSC 26-0002, brought to you today as the second and final reading of Ordinance 26-09, colloquially known as the Farmlands Commercial Small-Scale Comprehensive Plan Amendment Application. The item is a request by EDA Consultants Incorporated and NV5 Incorporated, together as the applicant on behalf of JTFA LLC, to amend the future land use map designations from low-density residential, moderate-density residential, and community commercial to moderate-density residential, community commercial, and commercial, on approximately 46.68 acre subject property that is generally located at 16650 Northwest US Highway 441. The applicant has submitted a companion rezoning application, which is the next item on your agenda. Here we have a vicinity map of the overviewing the subject property in the black and white hatched border for the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment. The red line is the city boundary, the municipal boundary. North is the top of the map. US Highway 441 runs directly north of the property. And for reference, 188th Street goes north to south on the municipal boundary. This is the approximate location of the Briarwood subdivision for reference, Wawa, and Santa Fe Ford. There are 3 existing future land use categories on the subject property. Low-density residential, which acts as a transitionary land use category and permits up to 1 dwelling unit an acre. Typical uses are single-family residential. The moderate density residential land use category permits up to 4 dwelling units an acre, and typical uses are single-family residential, townhouses, and duplexes. The community commercial category provides land for neighborhood and community scale goods and services while allowing for the development of an affordable housing stock, and permits up to 15 dwelling units an acre in mixed-use developments and 0.6 floor area ratio for parcels 5 acres or greater in mixed-use developments. Typical uses include commercial, such as retail, eating establishments, visitor accommodations, and those limited residential uses. Here's an overview of the subject property, zoomed in a bit, again in that black and white hatched border. North still the top of the map. This white space is US Highway 441. This demonstrates the existing future land use categories of community commercial in that light pink, moderate density residential in the bright yellow, and in the paler yellow, low density residential, excuse me. The amendment would remove the low density residential category, retain some portions of moderate density residential and community commercial, and add commercial. The commercial category provides for general commercial uses as well as more intense and highway-oriented commercial uses. It permits up to 15 dwelling units an acre, whether that's a mixed-use or non-mixed-use development, and permits up to 0.6 floor area ratio for parcels 5 acres or greater in mixed-use developments. Typical uses are primarily commercial in nature, including regional and auto-oriented commercial uses, though again, some limited residential is allowed. So here we have an overview of that proposed future land use map. It brings this commercial adjacent to the east into the property toward the west. It keeps community commercial as a buffer category between it and the residential portions surrounding it. And it relocates some of that moderate density residential to this corner here. In total, the net change for the land use category specifically would be approximately 427 dwelling units and an increase of 870,000 square feet of non-residential. But I would note that the companion rezoning application would limit that development potential significantly. Neighborhood meetings are not required for small-scale comprehensive plan amendments. However, 2 neighborhood meetings were held for the companion rezoning application, one on September 24th, 2025, and one on October 22nd, 2025. In total, 12 members of the public attended a neighborhood meeting, and a neighborhood meeting summary is available in the application materials for your review. Chapter 163 of Florida statutes requires that the future land use element of a comprehensive plan provide for a balance of uses and allow for the operation of real estate markets to provide adequate choices for permanent and seasonal residents. The comprehensive plan must provide enough lands to accommodate a minimum 10-year planning period. The applicant has submitted a needs analysis demonstrating that despite a reduction in residential land use categories, the proposed amendment would not adversely impact the amount of land needed for a minimum 10-year planning period. Their full needs analysis is available in their application materials for your review. Chapter 163 also requires any amendment to the future land use element of a comprehensive plan to discourage the proliferation of urban sprawl. Chapter 163.31776A9 specifically identifies 13 primary urban sprawl indicators and 8 urban form criteria. An amendment to the future land use map is presumed to not be considered urban sprawl if it meets at least 4 of the 8 urban form criteria. Staff has evaluated both the 13 primary indicators and the 8 urban form criteria, with our findings located in the staff report. I would note that the application meets 6 of the 8 urban form criteria, and as such, does not constitute urban sprawl under Florida statute. The application has been reviewed for consistency with the city's comprehensive plan. Specific goals, objectives, and policies that support the application can be found in the future land use, transportation, housing, community facilities, and conservation and open space elements, with a full evaluation of those specific goals, objectives, and policies available in the staff report. Staff conducted an environmental conditions analysis with the findings included in the staff report. We have no concerns related to the items listed here on the screen, and notes that the subject property is generally suitable for both residential and commercial development. At this point, I'm going to take a pause in my presentation, and we're going to move over to Michael Alfieri to present more on the environmental factors of the site.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Glad to meet you all. I'm Michael Alfieri. I was asked to give a brief presentation on work that I recently completed on behalf of the city. Had information provided to me, and this is a presentation of my findings. So, is there a clicker? There we go. So for the agenda today, I have 4 main areas of interest here. I'm going to introduce you to me if you haven't met me already. We're going to talk about my data, review of the findings and completing statements. City's expert hydrogeologist. That's me. I was retained. I'm a licensed geologist in 13 states, including Florida. I'm the vice chair of the Florida Board of Professional Geologists. I've been on the board for a little over 13 years. Right now, I'm the longest standing member on the Florida board by at least 3 years. I am past chair of ASTM for well construction, and also one of the founding members of their karst committee that puts forth karst standards for testing and evaluation. I'm a nationally recognized hydrogeologist. In the state of Florida, I'm only one of 5 that has additional certification through the American Association of Hydrology. That's a PHG. Again, one of 5. I'm also certified through the National Groundwater Association as a certified groundwater professional, and I believe there's only 4 others in the state. I've done over 1,500 karst evaluations between the states of Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, and Texas. I'm nationally and internationally recognized as an author, co-author of many karst journal articles. That's my textbook up there that folks have been quoting, is my understanding. Underneath that, I was the field guide for the West Central Florida field guide and trip for the National Cave and Karst Research Institute at the last sinkhole conference back in 2023. So this slide right here, I hope you don't mind that I'm facing this direction here, just lists off the information that was provided to me for review. We have reports by UES, City of Alachua, EDA, historical photos, GSE Engineering and Consulting, Jones Edmonds and Associates. So short and sweet, I reviewed the data and evaluated whether the land use and or zoning applications, if granted, could impact nearby karst features and meet the environmental compliance components of the city. I reviewed the geotechnical, geophysical, historical imagery, planning documents, and the landfill monitoring data. In general, no surprise, the site is underlain by cars. Same as most of Alachua County. The data that was collected, they had over 60 borings that were done in 2 of the investigations, and then an additional 2 in a supplemental. The data is not indicating what we refer to as sinkhole activity, which is an industry term, more or less. It's like precursors to formation of a sinkhole. And basically what we're looking for is a systematic weakening of soils that can ravel and move. Okay, so that's sand. If you have clay, clay does not ravel. All right. So looking at the geotechnical, the geophysical investigations that were completed at the site, I did not see any evidence of active subsurface movement, progressive weakening, or other conditions associated with sinkhole formation. There was one depression on the site they did additional work at. UES did the work, and the data that they collected is very consistent with a stable paleo sinkhole, meaning that there hasn't been any movement. Once this sinkhole was plugged back in the geologic past, it really hasn't done much since. Looking at the aerial photos from 1937 forward, the shape of the depression has not changed. So it's not progressing. In my opinion, it provides reasonable assurances that the karst feature is in a stable condition and it's unlikely to be impacted with land use and zoning change. However, we recommend additional testing once we get into phases of the plan, design, and so on. So additionally, it's my understanding based on the materials that I reviewed that the applicant is going to be working with Alachua County in respect to the former landfill that's due south of the property, and additional work will be done there as well as this project moves forward. So, in conclusion, review of the available data says that there's no active sinkhole conditions going on currently. It doesn't, there's no impacts to health, welfare, and safety, which is always a good thing. The proposed level of review, while it's great to have, it's kind of cart in front of the horse a little bit because developments change in the planning phases. You may have a stormwater pond in one phase of a plan. The next phase, it could be redesigned and moved into another area. Once things get to that point, this nexus point in planning and permitting, that's where I believe you should have this additional focused work. So the December 23rd letter that's referenced that pertains to condition 5I is appropriate, but it's, again, should be further down the road. The letter itself was specific to a completely different other project. All right, not this site. And it's very important to understand that because geologic conditions vary all over the place. Geology doesn't understand legal boundaries, streets, addresses. Water doesn't understand that either. It's just going to flow from high to low. So in the end, all investigations need to be done with site-specific risk-based analysis prior to moving forward. And that will come during the planning phase. And with that, I will be handing it right back to Carson. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I do have some questions for Mr. Alfieri.
Mr. Alfieri will be available for comments, Mr. Mayor, or any questions after we finish our presentations. Okay. Continuing on with staff's presentation, Carson J. Crockett for the record. On April 21st, 2026, the Planning and Zoning Board voted to transmit the application to the City Commission with a recommendation to approve. On June 22nd, 2026, the City Commission voted to pass Ordinance 26-09 upon first reading, which brings us to staff's recommendation that the City Commission find the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment for JTFA LLC to be consistent with the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan and adopt Ordinance 26-09 upon second and final reading. That concludes staff's presentation. I'm available to answer any questions the Commission may have. Mr. Alfieri is available to answer any questions the Commission may have regarding this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, oh. Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, doing good, man.
One of the questions I have is were you actually physically present on site to look at the, I guess, alleged paleo sink at this point?
No, I haven't, but I have. Oh, sorry. Again, Michael Alfieri for the record, PG. No, I haven't had boots on the ground to actually look at that depression. I've only reviewed it aerially. I have driven past the site earlier today, take another look at it. But no boots on the ground just yet.
Okay. I guess the second question for the applicant is, has the applicant gone out to that specific site and taken pictures and provided it to anybody?
Mr. Mayor, we have been to the site and we have taken photographs, but sorry, thank you, Jerry Diedenbach, NV5. We've gone out to the site and taken pictures at the purported sink area there. We've not put them in the record. We've put, in fact, the aerial history from 1937 to the present forward.
Okay, because what I'm trying to understand is it's a hole in the ground that where we're all saying it doesn't go anywhere, right? Or a depression in the ground that doesn't go anywhere. But no one can provide any like visual like evidence to this commission that that is the case. We're all basing this off of 100-foot aerial photos of the site that's covered in trees. That tree foliage hasn't changed. Well, they changed, but that site has the same characteristics over the past, what, 60, 70 years?
90.
Not 90 years.
90 years.
And no one can just take a picture of this with their phones. Everyone has a camera. It's on their phone. What are we doing here? Can the applicant put that in the record right now?
Mr. Mayor, Jerry Diedenbach for the record. This is a photograph that I personally took. I was the drone pilot here, and I will be happy to put this in the record. You can see this area here is largely flat. There is the side-by-side that we drove out to the area on, and that is the flat area that has been referred to as the purported sink.
But you didn't physically walk out there, snap a picture with your phone. You flew a drone over the trees. Mr. Mayor, all I'm asking is can somebody must have gone out there, walked up to it, says, "Hey, this is just a."
This photograph, Mr. Mayor, is from about 11 feet, so just a little bit higher than my head. So this would give you a representative view of the flatness of this area from a human perspective, as opposed to an aerial looking down in a plan view on the site. I'm happy to put that in the record.
Okay, thank you. One of the things we're talking about here is we're talking about single activity, right?
Absolutely.
One of the things that goes along with karst geology, and you obviously notice, is when we talk about, we kind of brushed over that slide pretty quickly. Carson, if you can go back, I think, was it 2 slides? That one right there. Can you walk us through those comments, Mr. Fieri?
If I
Or
could have
is
the light,
that a
please.
staff determination with?
So, Mr. Mayor, these are comments from staff from our staff report, which notes that the area is located in an area of high aquifer recharge potential, according to the Suwannee River Water Management District, and that the preliminary geotechnical analysis that was conducted did show that it was generally suitable for commercial and residential development, but additional studies would need done at time of engineering and design.
Is that your assessment as well?
Yes, sir. And they also did a supplemental investigation out there, both geotechnical borings as well as geophysical. And there's nothing in the data outside of saying it's a stable condition.
Do we have an idea on where that that path goes? Because for example, right, you have was it the cross county fracture that feeds over towards the Santa Fe?
Yeah.
In this specific area, do we know where that area feeds to?
That area right there, everything water-wise is feeding north to the rivers.
Okay, north. Okay.
Yeah. Generally speaking. Yeah.
Then, Mr. Mayor, I guess the last question for Carson is, if we're pushing this down towards further down the roads in terms of these additional recommended studies, right? At what point does the commission ensure that's enforced? Which is it at the quasi that follows it? Is that at the preliminary plat we have to do that? Because SB 180 took away, I believe, might not have been 180, but we lost last year our ability to review final plats. So what step in our oversight as a commission do we say, hey, you need to like follow these things?
Mr. Mayor, that would come into play. This is more in relation to Ordinance 26-10, the PD ordinance. That would be conditioned in the PD ordinance that would be required to be met with the submittal of any final PD plan. A final PD plan would be either a site plan or a preliminary plat. The commission would see preliminary plats regardless of size. The commission would see any site plan that involves a building greater than 80,000 square feet in floor area. Otherwise, it would be planning and zoning board.
So then it's going to be likely the next meeting that we'll have this discussion to make sure that's in there.
Mr. Mayor, we would review that standard
If that's what we decide to. Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Fieri.
Mr. Mayor, are there any other questions for me or Mr. Alfieri of the commission?
I don't know. Is there any more questions?
All right. With that, staff will turn it over to the applicant.
Mr. Mayor, good evening, members of the commission, Mr. City Manager, city attorneys. Jerry Diedenbach, NV5. I don't need the lights off, actually. I won't be using the PowerPoint. In the interest of time, you are here on second and final reading on this, and we just wanted to summarize a few things. We'll take less than 5 minutes to do so. This timeline that you see presented to you that was handed out at the beginning of the meeting is the
Mr. Mayor
timeline that has moved through the course of our PowerPoint presentations.
Mr. Mayor, I think it would be helpful for the public if the presentation was turned around since we were provided physical copies of this.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
That'll work, I think. Yeah. It also makes it easier for me to read that. Thank you. So what we have in front of you, this is the timeline as it has matured through this process for both our small scale comprehensive plan amendment and our rezoning applications that we've had here. Throughout this entire year-long process, and specifically over the last 4 months of public hearings, the applicant has dutifully met the burden of proof for both applicants by diligently and transparently providing factual information and competent substantial evidence to this commission. We've demonstrated numerous times the consistency with the City of Alachua's comprehensive plan and the land development regulations, and staff has testified to that fact, and we all have. Whether a purported sinkhole, traffic, or proximity to the former Alachua County landfill concerns were presented in this chamber here, the applicant has repeatedly proven that both applications consistently meet the city's requirements for approval and wishes to incorporate all application materials, supplemental documents that have been provided to city staff, the presentations, the expert testimony that's occurred in this proceeding, and all documents and all opponent materials into the record of the proceedings for both applications. The applicant's due process and opportunity to question and cross-examine all speakers still remain because we have some groundwork before us. But we wish to rest on where we are here now because we have factually and dutifully met the burden of proof. We showed you during the course of meetings, and I'm holding this way. I've actually had this and handed this in. This, in fact, is effectively a down zoning of property. While there is additional land use that's being placed on the map the companion rezoning application that you all approved at your last meeting actually reduces the density and intensity of this overall property by 267,433 square feet, and it reduces the land dwelling unit by 483 units. So in fact, the action that you took in the companion rezoning effectively reduces the intensity and density of the property that's within the subject of this overall application process and the two companion applications. We're here to answer any questions. We have the entire team here, but in the interest of brevity, we would appreciate your continued support on this application that has duly been found consistent with your comprehensive plan and land development regulations. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I guess as a question for my fellow board members is, do we get a confirmation on how we want to handle traffic with this? Because I recall that was we were talking about, there was with FDOT, an agreement with FDOT to make sure all the lights were timed correctly. Then we talked about a roundabout there. One of the big things I know we talked about was reducing the speed in that area. If we're having a proposed residential and then we have that commercial area with it, and we have that traffic coming, you know, through 441, right? How is that affecting traffic when we have, you know, how are we handling that? Do we have any confirmation on how we're handling that, or what our proposed desire for that was?
Mayor, I feel I recall that the traffic signal that would be done by the developer, and once we get to that phase, it would be then brought back to us on the other items to be moved forward, because I don't think we could get all the answers on the timing of the signals and all of that until we are in a certain stage. That's what I recall. I could be wrong.
Okay. I guess our question is what time or what stage do we as a commission want to enforce that? Because one of the big things is we're trying to reduce our traffic flow on 441. If adjusting the timing signals, I think for the applicant, it saves how much time?
Mr. Mayor, the signal timing will reduce timing at different intervals along the corridor. We don't know the answer to that yet wholly, because there are several traffic lights. That work is ongoing with the Florida Department of Transportation. And if I might be so bold as to offer an answer, the proper time for that to occur is during development plan review, when you're actually going through the physical review, not only with the city's engineering department, but that of Alachua County, and of course, the Florida Department of Transportation. Yeah. So that's development plan permitting.
Okay. Because remember, a lot of these decisions have been based off of it will actually improve traffic. I'm not so sure that the planning phase is the correct phase. And the reason why is because when we approve these things, we're basically start establishing by right. We're saying, okay, you can go this far. Okay, okay, now we can go this far, right? And so by the time we get to that certain point, my question is, can we still enforce that? Will that still be enforced? That maybe that's a question for our attorneys on that.
Sorry, my button was being stubborn. Traffic transportation concurrency is assessed at the time you have a development plan before the city, because then you know exactly what they're proposing and exactly how many trips they're estimated to generate. And so then all mitigation flows from that. So you get, I think we talked about this a couple hearings ago. At land use, it's an early warning system for the applicant and the city to take a general assessment of where we are. Zoning is a little bit more, well, we're seeing that this is a potential area in these segments of the road or lights or whatever was identified by FDOT in the city. And then the applicant is moving forward knowing that, so that when they come in, they may have in their mind building one building today. And by the time they apply, it might be two smaller buildings or different uses that are permitted within the zoning category that you're giving them. So then you'll know exactly when the site plan comes in, the type of use being proposed and how many trips will be generated. And then you can quantify, because you don't want to undercharge or overcharge the applicant. So the engineers can't give you a number or how many traffic lights or timing based on a hypothetical. You don't want to spend your money on hypotheticals.
Okay.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, I think what our city land use attorney is saying is spot on. We don't want to base, our decisions on hypotheticals. And so again, if we're basing this off of as one of the carrots in this equation as traffic, we can't use that in our justification if we're not enforcing it right now. Okay. So if we're going to do that, then when we get to that planning phase, I really hope the rest of this board agrees to hold this applicant to those standards that are being sold to us right now. That's what I want to make sure happens if we're not going to do that right now.
Mr. Mayor, any site plan that gets approved has to be consistent with the zoning and the land use that you're approving. So.
What's not being mentioned there, Mr. Mayor, is the fact that we have already made decisions where, say, our level of service for the section in front of Tamaka Hill on Publix is at a DF rating, right? And we've gone through and we've approved things that worsen those traffic consistencies when they're over that concurrency of 100%. We've already approved that stuff before. Okay. What I'm trying to do here is if we're going to do this, like, please, let's try and make this as beneficial to the community as we can. But to do that, we need to do our own due diligence and make sure we're holding people accountable to do that. That's all I'm trying to bring up when we're talking about traffic here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome. If there be no more questions for the applicant, then
Waiting for the applicant to be done.
okay. They say they done.
Are we into adversely affected party?
No, this
No.
is legislative. We're not there.
No, we first have a motion. Motion.
I'll make the motion, Mayor. I'll move based upon the presentation before this commission and staff's recommendation. The commission finds this applicant for a small scale comprehensive plan amendment for JTFA LLC to be consistent with the City of Alachua's comprehensive plan and pass and adopt ordinance 29-09 on its second and final reading.
I'll second that.
It's been moved to second. Now we have public comment on the motion.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Manager, attorneys. Gary Pappas. I have an update on traffic. I'm glad Commissioner Fletcher brought it up. I will save that for my adversely affected party presentation in the next ordinance. I appreciate your time on that, but I do think Commissioner Fletcher brought up some good points, and I did a public record request of DOT, so I have some interesting information to present to you on the status of DOT's position on this development. And I'll take care of that when I come up the next time around. Thank you for your time as usual, and thank you for your attention to these important matters.
Thank you.
Good evening, Zoe King. I just wanted to point out, in the last presentation, he said it would save 20 seconds. So now if he's saying he doesn't know, we're not keeping to what we told in the last one that you guys made your decision based off of. Also, on the presentation, it mentioned that we are in a sensitive recharge area. So if we keep paving it, how are we going to recharge it? Okay. I gave them a handout, but I don't think it got passed out. So Florida statutes 163.3177, comprehensive planning. That's Florida's growth management framework, specifically identifies concerns including, I'm just going to hit a couple of them, but failure to protect underground aquifer recharge areas and other natural resources. and failure to maintain a clear separation between rural and urban uses. I say that because SB 686 went into effect July 1st of 2026. Florida expanded protection for development of certain qualifying agricultural enclaves. While the law does not itself prohibit from rezoning, it reinforces why communities should carefully consider the long-term consequences
Can
of
you take a
allowing
break
urban.
for just a second? Because I think you're reading from something different than what your handout was. The handout that you gave us was for ordinance 26-10.
This applies to this.
Is this the one that you're relating
So
to?
I'm reading. You guys are still running the clock. This statute still applies to this, to what I'm saying. So
You want us to hand out to the commission this?
I want to, well, regardless, I want to make sure the commission gets the set of statutes that I wrote out. Also, the notes about our comprehensive land use regulations. Just a point. It's bullet points, but I do want to finish talking about Senate Bill 686. I think I had a minute and a half. I'll be fair.
Mr. Mayor, I don't want to take away from the speaker's time. We have a handout titled Ordinance 26-1 Farmlands Rezoning.
Yes.
Is that your handout?
Yes, but
okay.
I still want to read.
You have a different handout there for us?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to make sure that gets handed out because instead it went that way and not this way. So, to be fair, I think I had a minute and a half. But anyway, Senate Bill 686, effective July 1st, 2026, Florida expanded protection for development of certain qualifying agricultural enclaves. While the law itself does not prohibit this rezoning, it reinforces why communities should carefully consider the long-term consequences of allowing urban development to progressively surrounding remaining agricultural parties. So SB 686 creates additional development rights for certain agricultural enclaves. Once agricultural land becomes surrounded by development, so tonight's decision isn't happening in isolation. Development creates the edge for the next development. A farm becomes commercial development. The farm beyond it becomes the new edge. Then another zoning becomes before you. And little by little, the rural land isn't lost through one enormous decision. It's lost one zoning at a time.
Thank you.
Hi, again, Sarah Younger with the Swanee St. John's Club, Sierra Club. I wanted to remind you that we are making this decision right now during an extraordinary period of water stress. The Swanee River Water Management District remains under a modified Phase 2 water shortage order through December 31st. By the way, the county is about to write a letter to them asking for them to allow for higher order of drought because we're beyond that point of no point of return at this point. Even after recent rainfall, the district reported that July rainfall remained about 30% below the long-term average, and groundwater conditions were only at the 23rd percentile district-wide. This should change how we think about development. Every individual project can tell us its water demands is manageable, and every project can say its impact is small, but our aquifer does not experience these developments one at a time. It experiences the cumulative withdrawals. Another subdivision, another commercial center, another irrigation system, another 1,000 roofs and driveways, another withdrawal from the same aquifer. At what level of government does someone finally add it all up? The state, the water district, the county, or does it responsibility begin right here with local governments deciding how much development their land and water can actually sustain? We're watching springs lose flow. We're watching groundwater levels fall, and every individual impact is dismissed as either too small to matter or impossible to stop. We are risking our water resources through death by 1,000 cuts. Please create a more transparent review process for these environmentally sensitive lands, and that's what I spoke to earlier. We have to have an understanding of cumulative development in our area. This is impossibly managed if you look at it one project at a time. You have to think of things broader. So on this proposal, please do the simplest and most defensible thing. Do not rezone, do not change land use. Investigate it first, get the test results, protect our aquifer, and then make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, city manager, city attorney. My name is Jeremy Shear. I'm a local business owner, and this is the third and hopefully final time that I've come to speak in favor of this project. Tonight, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for being reasonable. Thank you for saying yes to growth. Thank you for saying yes to affordability and prosperity. Recently, I learned that the most commonly cited measure of housing affordability for a community is the comparison of median household income to median home sale price. So out of curiosity, I looked up the numbers for Alachua County. Maybe you've already seen these numbers, but the data doesn't paint a pretty picture for Alachua County. According to census data from the United States Census Bureau American Community Survey 5-year estimates, the median household income in Alachua County in 2024 was $61,949. This figure is 17% below the median household income for the state of Florida. According to the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, the median asking price for a home in Alachua County in June 2024 was $359,900. That's 5.8 times the median household income. For decades, economists have considered 3 times household income or lower to be a healthy income to housing cost ratio. At 5.8 times median income, the median household income in Alachua County is considered severely house poor. To say it a different way, for more than half of the households in our county, the dream of home ownership is simply out of reach. So what can be done about this? The good news is this can be fixed very easily if our state and local governments would do what you have done and honor a certain law. I'm not talking about any statute or ordinance. I'm talking about the law of supply and demand. When demand increases and supply is constrained, prices go up. When supply is increased relative to demand, prices go down. This is Economics 101. So if you want the cost of housing to go down relative to median income, you can either increase the supply of housing relative to the population, increase the median household income relative to the cost of housing, or do both. How does a city commission do these things? Well, the easiest way is to say yes to citizens who want to invest $150 million into our community, create good paying jobs, and build high quality homes. This project checks every box. So thank you and congratulations on a great decision.
Thank you. Is there another?
Good evening, Virginia Johns. I'm a resident of the city of Alachua, and I'll be quick because I know these have been going on for quite a while, but I did want to come and express my support for this project. And it's basically an infill. You've got the same zoning on each side of it. It just kind of connects that zoning together. 441 is an arterial roadway, and yes, it does have a lot of traffic on it. And I'm sure that the folks that are running back and forth from their home to their job in Gainesville will really appreciate, as well as the citizens having some place they can go in and shop. They don't have to go to Lake City. They don't have to go to Gainesville. It would be very convenient for our citizens. And it's nice to know that the density is being reduced on this proposal. But thank you for the time that you've given me, and thank you for your vote.
Thank you. If there be no more comments from the public, we'll take a roll call vote. I'll start with Commissioner Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following the rules of our city commission, one, I want to address one of the citizens' comments. Yes, median income is 61,000, with median house prices at 359. That's really hard to be attainable. But what we also forgot to mention here is when we talk about big box stores, you're looking at incomes of $25,000 to $35,000, half of what the current median for the county is, which we already said wasn't even affordable. So it's hard to rectify that. Second point on this, when we talk about impact, we don't just say, oh, well, there's less houses here, that's less of an impact. There's a reason why commercial zoning is different than residential zoning. There's a reason why there's different categories for that because they have different types of impacts. So I just want to be clear when we talk about impacts, just because it's less houses doesn't mean it's actually truthfully less impact on the area. So let's go with that. I won't rehash some of my other points that remain unaddressed from the last hearing on this. So I'll leave that at that. You can look back at those meeting minutes if they were added. So with that, I'll say no.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ringerson.
Aye.
Mayor Welch. Aye. So it's 3-1. So the ayes have it. So we all. Now we'll move to item B. Ordinance 26-10.
Mr. Mayor, I'll go ahead and read this by title only. This is ordinance 26-10, an ordinance of the City of Alachua, Florida, relating to the amendment of the official zoning atlas from community commercial CC, community intensive CI, and planned development residential PDR to PDR and planned development commercial PDCOM on a plus or minus 182 acre subject property generally located at 16650 Northwest US Highway 441. Tax parcel numbers are 03042-050-003. Next parcel number is 03042-050-004. Next number is 03042-050-005. Next number is 03042-050-010. Next parcel number is 03042-051-001. Next number is 03046-003-000. Next number is 03046-003-001. Next number is 03046-003-002. Next number is 03046-003-003. Next number is 03046-003-004. Next number is 03046-003-005. Next number is 03875-001-001. Next number is 03875-010-000. Next number is 03875-010-002. Repealing all ordinances in conflict, providing severability, providing an effective date. This is a quasi judicial hearing, and it is for your approval, denial, or motion to a time certain continuance upon its second reading as read by title.
This is a quasi judicial matter. If you would like to speak on this matter, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
The next item on this agenda is a quasi judicial hearing. All persons wishing to speak during this item must stand and be sworn in. And we just did it.
And Mr. Mayor, the next item is for us to conduct the voir dire questionnaire of the commission. And starting at the tail end, if you would state if you've had any communication outside of this hearing that would affect your ability to vote.
No.
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 Thank you. Now we have staff, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorneys. Carson J. Crockett, Principal Planner for the City of Alachua. My resume is on file in the Office of the Deputy City Clerk, and I've been sworn in. This hearing is a quasi-judicial hearing, application number PR 26-0002, brought to you today as the second reading of Ordinance 26-10, also known as the Farmlands Commercial Site-Specific Amendment to the Official Zoning Atlas application. The item is a request by EDA Consultants and NV5 Incorporated, together as the applicant on behalf of four property owners, Ayla LLC, First Coast Road Rangers LLC, Jack Small Engine Repair LLC, and JTFA LLC. The application proposes the rezoning of an approximately 182-acre subject property from community commercial, commercial intensive, and planned development residential to planned development residential and planned development commercial. This is the companion item to Ordinance 2609 that you just voted on.
Is that it, Carson? Or is your presentation?
Mr. Mayor, that was staff's introduction of the item.
Mr. Mayor, at this point, we will then have the determination of affected parties. Would you like me, Mr. Mayor, to go
I
ahead?
read it. Before a presentation of evidence and testimony, we will need to determine affected party status. Those persons granted affected party status during the hearing of the first reading of the ordinance still have status during this hearing. Please note that if it is determined that the speaker is not an affected party, the speaker can still be heard during the portion of this hearing for public comments. City Attorney, please describe an affected party.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, thank you. An affected party is any person who will suffer an adverse effect to the property interest from the proposed application for development permit, including interests related to health and safety, densities, intensities, traffic congestion, environmental impacts, aesthetic impacts, and similar effects. The alleged adverse interests may be shared in common with other members of the community at large, but must exceed the degree in general interest to the community good shared by all persons. Any person who has land adjacent to the land subject to the application for development permit is an affected party. Mr. Mayor, if you recollect at our last quasi-judicial proceeding, we talked about adjacent in terms of are you close and we to the applicant's property, and we tried to discern from people that are advising their affected parties how close in proximity is it to your property specifically. Adjacent is not contiguous, it's close by. And how are you sharing the effect of this development to a greater degree than the general public? So that's what unaffected.
I will read. Anyone claiming to be an affected party, please come forward, identify themselves, state they have been sworn in, and explain how they are affected party.
Mr. Mayor, Gary Pappas, I was declared an affected party at the last meeting, so I don't think I need to say anything.
You're
Thank you.
good.
You're good.
I'm an affected party. I live right across the street from Jack's mower. Oh, my name's Wes Donnelly, Jonathan Donnelly. I think we agreed with that last time.
If you were an affected party last time, you are again this evening.
Okay.
Yes,
I
sir.
mean, I receive letters from you guys all the time.
Thank you for coming forward.
If that be all the affected party, does does the applicant wish to cross-examine?
Good evening, Mayor. For the record, McGregor Love 215 North Eola Drive. We will reserve our right to cross-examine, but I do just want to note for the record regarding the affected party status. I understand what you read into the record, that the affected parties who were here during the first hearing have the same status during this hearing. The code provisions also anticipate that the affected parties will be given a reasonable opportunity to present testimony, to cross-examine witnesses. I know that we have two folks here tonight who were affected parties previously. I believe, certainly, no offense, Mr. Pappas, but we heard from Mr. Pappas for quite some time. I believe he's been given a reasonable opportunity to testify. So I would just state that for the record, and state that at the last hearing, candidly, we were very we wanted to give those folks an opportunity to speak. Tonight, we will be directing the mayor towards any topics that have been covered previously, and we believe have been discussed previously. So we'll state that for the record. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can the applicant just clarify directing you towards topics that have been previously discussed? Are we talking about the last meeting?
Correct. Just any topics that the affected parties have covered previously that have been, brought to this board and discussed and really asked and answered.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I think it's I would say you are granted affected party status. And then it goes, if the mayor does not agree.
Mr. Mayor, based upon the fact that we've had two affected parties who were given that status last hearing, nobody else is coming forward. It looks like that issue is closed out at this point.
Okay.
We can move on to your establishment of time limits, section 5.
All right. I must ask, are there any other claiming affected party status from what you just heard from the last sworn in? If not, we'll move to 5, establishment the time limit. And I will read to you the rules of that. Following time limit should be observed during presentation of testimony and evidence. A, the applicant shall be given reasonable amount of time to provide testimony and evidence. Staff will monitor the total amount of time utilized by the applicant. Affected parties should be given 15 minutes to provide testimony and evidence. If the applicant presentation of the testimony and evidence exceed 15 minutes, each affected party may have the same amount of time that was given to the applicant. Staff should be given a reasonable amount of time to provide testimony and evidence. Move to C, applicant presentation.
Mr. Mayor,
And
I just have a question for you.
you have a question for me?
Yeah. Who wrote the document that you're reading from?
Mr. Mayor, I believe it was legal staff and planning in conjunction.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome. We move to six, applicant presentation. Is the applicant or their agent present? And if so, do they have any presentation or testimony to give?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Jerry Diedenbach, NV5, on behalf of the applicant. I'm here with Mr. Clay Swager, EDA. We are here. Would you like us to start, Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mayor,
I'm
can we
gonna
make sure
read
we start
this.
this clock for the
Yeah,
applicant?
I'm gonna read this. The staff, please monitor and report the length of time of the applicant's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, Jerry Diedenbach. I'm going to use the exact same board that I used a few moments ago during the land use amendment here. And
Sorry, Jerry. Sorry to stop you. We need to start the clock. The clock has been started. It just does not show up there.
Okay.
As soon as he's done, I'll give you all the time that he's done.
So you tell me when to start.
Okay, I'll restart it right now, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so again, Jerry Diedenbach, NV5 on behalf of the applicants. I'm here with Mr. Clay Swager, EDA, on behalf of the applicants. I'm going to use the same board that I did during the small-scale land use amendment a few moments ago. Throughout this entire year-long application process and over the last 4 months of public hearings, the applicant has dutifully met the burden of proof for both applications by diligently and transparently providing factual information and competent substantial evidence demonstrating consistency with the city's comprehensive plan and land development regulations. Whether a purported sinkhole, traffic, or proximity to the former Alachua County landfill concerns were presented, the applicant has repeatedly proven both applications meet the city's requirements for approval and wishes to incorporate all information, meaning all application materials, supplemental documents, presentation, expert testimony and documents, and all opponents' materials into the record of proceedings for both applications. The applicant's due process and opportunity to question and cross-examine all speakers remains. And with that, I wanted to state one additional fact that we did last time. By incorporating that in, this land already has urban land use on it, and as we have described it, it is a reallocation by the effective act that you took on July 27th of rezoning this property under second and final reading. You will be locking this property down to less density and intensity than is already existing on the future land use map through the planned development residential, PDR, and planned development commercial, PDCOM. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions, and she can stop the clock because I was well under 5 minutes, I'm sure.
Is there any questions by the commission or the applicant?
So, Mayor, for the record, that was at 1 minute and 32 seconds, which allows all the affected parties to have a 15-minute time frame.
Well, I guess a question for us is, I know we had some stipulations, and I know Mr. Alfieri referenced some of them earlier in the previous meeting. There were some other stipulations we had. Did we have any feedback on those stipulations from the applicant?
Mr. Mayor, we feel that Mr. Alfieri's information is very well done, very professionally and presented, and places the burden at the proper time during development plan review. So we have no qualms with it. We think he wrote a phenomenal letter in response to the task in front of him.
Mr. Mayor, I was referring to the buffer limits as well as the green spaces we talked about. Where is it?
I think it was the quantification of the land area into the buffers. Yes, we were fine with that.
Okay. And I guess a question for staff is, did they already include that in this packet, those stipulations?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, those stipulations are included in the packet.
And we don't have to, if we were to keep those stipulations or remove Mr. Fieri's, how are we handling it? I'm just trying to understand some procedural direction on this. Yeah, so this isn't so much about the application process itself. It's more of a procedural things for when we decide to make a decision. We made some stipulations. We heard from Mr. Alfieri that one of the stipulations wasn't the right fit for this application at this time, but it's one that we can address later down the road. But there were some other stipulations we had in there regarding green space and buffers. So my question is the motion that it's currently written within that application, what type of modification do we have to make to ensure that that's in there, if that is the way it was?
Mr. Mayor, during staff's presentation, we'll clarify all those conditions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Now we are cross-examining only the applicant, staff, and affected party may speak. Does the staff or any academic,
Mr. Mayor, Carson Crockett for the record. Staff has no cross-examination of the applicant at this time.
All right, so we'll move on. At this time, anyone who is granted affected party staff may go ahead. Present. Please come forward. Restate your name and that you are affected party that has been sworn in.
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor, Gary Pappas, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, attorneys. Mr. Diedenbach has said twice tonight how the applicant has gone above and beyond their call of duty with regard to the sinkhole, the landfill, and traffic. You've heard enough from me about the sinkhole and the landfill issues. I'm going to talk about traffic, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention to you that the landfill was never addressed in their application. It only came up in these proceedings. The sinkhole was never discovered by the applicant or staff. It only came up in these proceedings. And we've heard all about that in the last hearings. And I'm very pleased that this ordinance builds in the requirements that this applicant must perform going forward in order to satisfy the city's land development regulations and its ordinances, that this application puts forth the best hydrogeologic information available so that we know as residents, as someone who lives right across the street from this development, whether I'm going to be drinking the Walmart parking lot's water and whether all the citizens of Alachua County and beyond are going to be drinking the Walmart parking lot's water. And that's going to, that's the work that's yet to be done. And it will be incumbent upon the city staff, its experts, and this commission to make sure that they meet their obligations so that if this development proceeds, it will not affect our groundwater and our drinking water. So let's talk about traffic, a new topic for me. And I'm glad Commissioner Fletcher brought it up earlier. We heard so much about traffic. You know, there were 38 residents who spoke at one of the first hearings, and almost every single one of them mentioned how horrendous the traffic is on 441 already. And you know that the traffic study that the applicant submitted shows that this development will cause segment 6 to exceed its limits. That's the segment from I-75 to the Wawa on 173rd. We heard a lot about signalization from the applicant, how they had met with DOT, talked about speed limits, signalization, and synchronization of lights. So I submitted a public records request to the Department of Transportation. In my law practice, I was very familiar with doing electronic discovery requests, so I submitted a very detailed request. It listed Mr. Diedenbach and his company by name. It listed Mr. Snyder and his and Optimus Traffic by name. It listed Mr. Barry and Rise Partners by name. It listed everyone I could think of by name. It listed segment 6 and segment 7 of 441. It listed subject matters such as signalization, synchronization, traffic calming, speed limits. I got the response after about 5 weeks. It was a series of emails and a handful of documents. And without a doubt, as Mr. Diedenbach represented, there were communications with DOT beginning in approximately October of 2025. The documents I received, I requested from January 2025, so a full year ago, to the present. The documents I received ended in January of 2026. There was a meeting that is reflected in notes that I have produced by DOT, which I will offer in a few minutes. There was a meeting on November 14th, I believe, November 14th, 2025, with Mr. Brian Snyder from Optimus Traffic, who you heard from at the last meeting. He's the one who generated the traffic study that indicates that segment 6 will fail as a result of this development. Mr. Barry from Rise Partners was there. David Bucket, an engineer from a new company, Foresight. We haven't heard of them before yet, but they were involved as well. And then a series of DOT people. What I obtained were notes from DOT, pre-meeting notes and post-meeting notes from DOT. I would like to offer those into evidence. What I also received were several drawings of the proposed intersection at 441, and I'd like to offer those as well. I have big ones, but I don't think they're necessary. May I approach and offer these documents to the city clerk?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Do you have
I've got copies for everybody.
You have a copy for the
Yeah,
applicant,
I have
please?
copies for everybody.
Thank you. And the clerk is, I'm not the clerk. I'm female, but I'm not the clerk.
Mr. Mayor, while an applicant is passing out documents into the record, I think we need to pause the clock since they're not actually speaking.
Can you guys pause the clock while he's passing this out, please?
I promise to be very quick, and I want to make sure you all have everything because it goes back to what Commissioner Fletcher referenced in during the legislative in terms of what we are going to be. Yeah, take as many as you want. What we're going to be dealing with. First of all, first just take a look at the drawing there were several drawings. This is the ultimate concept drawing that was prepared by a traffic engineer, someone we haven't heard from before. I suspect Mr. Diedenbach or Mr. Berry can explain. It's a national company. They were probably hired by RISE to do a diagram of the proposed intersection. I found this diagram to be breathtaking, and not in a glorious way. It literally took my breath away. This is what is proposed for 441 and this shopping center, and it gives you a sense of the scale of what this development will be. 2 lanes from westbound 441 turning into the development, 2 lanes coming out of the development, turning out onto westbound 441. You can stop right there. I'm not a traffic person. I'm a retired lawyer. I didn't do traffic work when I was practicing, but that just tells me that the volume of traffic that is anticipated to be served by this shopping center is people that live way west of Alachua County. This is going to be a commuters shopping center for people in Columbia, Gilchrist, Levy County, all to the west of us. Because as you know, we have a Walmart that's only 11 miles to the east. This shopping center intersection diagram, I mean, it's spectacular in its detail. It also shows the Briarwood. It's called the Ultimate because some of the drawings didn't have Briarwood included in it, but this now has Briarwood included in it with crosswalks, as Mr. Diedenbach had described. You may recall there were a lot of chuckles from the audience when people were talking about crossing 441, but nevertheless, that may be what's planned. This is the concept. I just wanted you to see it. I'm not advocating one way or the other. I just wanted you to see what is involved. This is bigger than the Publix shopping center parking lot by a long shot. This is much bigger. And that's what's going to be on 441. Now let's talk about what DOT said about traffic and speed. If you'll turn these notes, it's 3 pages. If you'll turn to the second page, there is a dark bullet that's entitled towards the bottom 11-14-25 meeting notes. I think I highlighted it on some of yours. If you just go 1 bullet above, okay, these are the notes leading into the meeting that FDOT had with the developer. And here's what it says. I'm going to read it into the record. You all can read it, I'm sure. Report, which is the traffic report, mentions reducing speed limit with the development. This will not be done. Period. Full stop. FDOT will not change the speed limit. And then they go on to say a speed study can be done once the roadside has been developed, which may influence vehicle speeds, so forth and so on. So FDOT's position is it will be 65 miles an hour leading into this traffic stop intersection until it is built. And then the developer, can propose traffic calming measures, which we don't know what those are, but we will still, quoting, we will still not lower the speed limit until justified by a speed study. So my only point tonight for you all is as we move forward, a speed say, and let me just back up for a second. What DOT is contemplating is build the whole shopping center. We're not changing the speed. And then maybe if a speed study justifies it after the fact, then we'll consider it. And this is very consistent with what my understanding of DOT's position is with regard to roads like 441. Move people as fast as possible from one point to the next. I think this is a recipe for a disaster. I think it's going to be extremely dangerous to have a 65 mile an hour speed coming into traffic light, at least up at the Wawa as you come up the hill from where I live. If I'm heading east, it goes 65, 55, 45 till you get to the light. I want you all just to be aware of this so that as we move forward, we can take this into consideration and that you, as the commission, can make certain requirements of the developer and that the developer will be obligated to do whatever speed study that DOT is requiring. Because from my perspective, my humble perspective, it cannot be 65 miles an hour passing past 188th Street coming into a traffic signal without there being a huge risk for accidents, personal injury, and whatnot. I said I would be short. I'm done. That's all I wanted to bring up was these notes. I welcome any comment from Mr. Diedenbach, Mr. Snyder, Sam, anyone who wants to comment on this. I didn't get anything more from FDOT. I got nothing on synchronization. There's no, unless what they meant in these notes as traffic calming was synchronization. The word synchronization never appeared in anything I got from FDOT. And again, I really tried to make a very comprehensive request. So thank you for listening and thank you for hearing me. And thank you for doing your job and protecting our water and our citizens' health and safety and welfare. Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor, Mr. Mayor,
Thank you.
I have a question for Mr. Pappas about the exhibit.
Yes, ma'am.
Just for the record, could you please tell us who wrote these notes?
Well, there, so I got a series of emails from FDOT back and forth, primarily between applicant representatives, mostly Mr. Snyder, I think early on, requesting meetings and proposing things. When they produced the response, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I should be directing to you. I apologize. Sorry. When they produced the documents, this was contained in the collection of documents. It was a standalone document. It's clearly FDOT personnel because on the first page, the fourth bullet down notes, in the black and white copy, you can see it was actually highlighted in the original. There was internal communication between Carlos, who I don't know, and someone else about reviewing the application. And there's a document that responds to this, which reviews Mr. Snyder's report, and for the record says that, and I didn't bring it, I have it, I can easily submit it, but for Mr. Snyder's benefit and the applicant, the review of Mr. Snyder's report said DOT hired an engineer similar to the way you've hired Mr. Alfieri to review his report. And that engineer said, well, I might have done things a little differently, but I agree with his numbers. I'm summarizing.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
But I don't know who, I don't have the author.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I didn't mean to put the gentleman through all this. I was just hoping there was a cover email that this was attached to.
I looked very carefully. Okay. It was not attached to a specific email. It was just a document dump back on me. And it was this document and then a review of Mr. Snyder's report and then just emails and diagrams.
Okay. So I think for the commission's benefit, if you know or if the applicant can put this in context, was this a review of some specific development submittal or pre-methodology meeting or what is this?
Right.
And we don't have any information. And in all fairness, we need to understand.
Right.
You know.
I'll just add the little bit of color that I saw. In late September, early October 2025, the applicant submitted documents to FDOT saying we want a meeting. It's farmlands. There's notes in here that reference farmlands, so they understood it. There's a bunch of back and forth about setting a meeting and having different engineers review things, and you folks may know more than I do. That's all I can explain.
Thank you.
Again, for the record, McGregor Love. speaking with the applicant team, we don't have a copy of these notes, and I'll note the rules of evidence don't apply here like they do in a normal court. Obviously, Mr. Pappas wouldn't try to introduce this document in a normal court, but I would just say for the record, we don't have a copy of these notes. I don't doubt their authenticity. I don't doubt that Mr. Pappas received them in connection with a duly executed public records request. But I just would note for the record that these don't appear to be official meeting minutes. These could be minutes saved by somebody that was in that meeting that simply saved it in their own kind of interpretation of the meeting. So I think we're going to save our discussion of the FDOT issue until all of the affected parties have had an opportunity to speak. But as a just general authenticity issue, we wanted to note that there are some concerns with this. We don't object to it being discussed, but wanted to note those concerns for the record. Thank you.
Here's a copy if you want it.
We have a copy. Thank you.
I thought you said you did not.
We did not. We don't have a copy. These weren't emailed out, as part of to the applicant team contemporaneously. We received a copy tonight.
Okay.
Yes, just to clarify.
We're allowed, Mr. Mayor. I believe we're allowed to ask questions
let me read
after.
this. Cross-examination by commissioner, if any. Only the affected party and members of the city commission may speak.
So, Mr. Mayor, I guess my questions on this is, do we know a David Buckle? We do? Okay. Does he work for NV5? Like, who does he work for?
Mr. Mayor, Jerry Diedenbach. Dave Buckle is with Foresight, and his resume and materials were attached to the overall packages that were submitted.
Is he here?
He's not here this evening.
Is his supervisor here?
No, we do have representatives from Foresight, though. Yeah, we have professional engineers from Foresight here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Come on down. Yeah.
I'm not sure if Foresight is civil engineer. I don't know if you want to talk to the traffic engineer.
So what I'm trying to understand
Schneider,
is, are you with the same firm as David Buckle?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have an understanding of what David Buckle was trying to do with FDOT?
Aubrey Sharp, Foresight Group. He did that before I got involved in the project.
Okay. So I'm assuming you got involved in this project this year, after January?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And is Sam Berry here?
Yes. Present.
Okay. So you were here for one of these meetings, right? On November 14th, 2025?
Sam Berry, for the record. Which meeting?
November 14th, 2025.
With FDOT?
Yep.
Without having, I could go back and look at my calendar.
Were you with Brian Snyder, David Buckle, Jim Knight, Kaya Brown, Lori Santana, Bradley Adams?
It's very likely, as we've had lots of meetings with FDOT dating back to the fall of 2025. Once our applications for this process were submitted. And so some of the information that's been presented here by Mr. Pappas is recognizable information. I would note it is old, dated information, such as the map. The ultimate concept that was presented here is old, obviously. So yes.
Okay. No. That I think that helps us if we're trying to establish a timeline of this, because we don't have the actual information of when this came from.
Mm-hmm.
So this map, it's old. It's not the actual design.
That's correct. That's a concept map put forth by FDOT at a certain point throughout our coordination with them. I would think or hope that maybe some other public records requests might have produced a more updated plan. We've mentioned traffic signal conversations that we've had with FDOT. This plan obviously does not show a traffic signal on it that we've talked about since this concept plan was produced.
Okay. Do we have the update, like an updated version for us that we can
So,
see instead of this?
so hopefully, if we're able to move forward this evening and entitlements are in place, our team is prepared to um, put forward development plans to city staff for their review and your ultimate review and hopeful approval that would show the detailed engineered plans for the offsite improvements.
Okay. But you also said that you thought it would be in the public record, the new design.
I didn't pull the public records request. I was just making a comment that
Well, I'm
if
saying, like, did you send it to FDOT? If you did, then it would be in the public record.
no, FDOT sent it to us, a plan that is newer
Okay. FDOT
than
designed
this.
this. You guys have a better design, you guys feel?
No, FDOT has actually improved the design that
FDOT has a better design. We just don't know where that is.
again, hopefully we're able to move forward tonight and receiving your approval in the entitlements process, and then would move into the development plan review process with your staff, which would show engineered drawings for both on-site and off-site proposed improvements.
Okay. All right. That makes sense. And then we're talking about, one of the big things is we're talking about reducing from commercial to residential. Is this a fair characterization that you guys are not part of the residential? You are only the commercial aspect of this?
You got Res Partners.
Yeah.
We are involved most intimately in the commercial project here. Obviously, there's been lots of coordination to date with the residential team, which I think has been made evident through sort of presentations to date.
And then the second part, the current owner, is that individual here to speak, Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, the owner of the underlying property is not here, but its team of, 10 or so is here.
So then the second part is the current owner, are they still intending to selling off the commercial to this group, you guys, Rise Partners?
That's correct.
And retaining the other property to sell to a residential development, and the traffic studies that have been proposed so far are only including the residentials?
So the traffic studies and our traffic engineer is present tonight, but in summary, the studies that he does incorporates entire segments along 441 with proposed future development accounted for. So that would account for estimated trips that would be generated by a commercial project like we proposed, in addition to the residential that is to come behind us, whether or not the underlying property owner elects to sell that or develop that himself is for him to say. But it also takes into account things like Briarwood Town Center across the street as well.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking that is because if this is a PD and we're talking about how we're reducing the residential to increase the commercial in here to reduce the alleged impact of this, I'm trying to make sure that we're not, what this is saying to me, like my initial read is like, it's just saying you guys are trying to sell off the property and that land can be undeveloped until someone decides, hey, we want to actually build houses here. And so we're not getting that full, picture we've been shown in the past application meetings. That's what I'm just trying to understand is like, is that still happening? Because this is kind of telling me it's not.
This is just a very, as I said, rough early snapshot from FDOT. They don't own the property on site. They're simply showing what the proposed offsite improvements would be. I would also note, and I know Jerry can probably speak more accurately to this, but if your concern is around the timing of what's being approved today, I know that the ordinance allows and accounts for the proposed phasing that we've put forth, such that certain components of the project must pull permits by certain dates, or else they ultimately expire. There's a shelf life on them.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Commissioner.
Thanks, Mr. Pappas. Thanks for sharing this. But I've been sitting here somewhat concerned about receiving a document, not knowing when you requested it, who captured the notes, when did you receive this? There are no dates. There's not even an individual's name. And to me, that would have been helpful. And apparently you don't have it.
Mr. Mayor, so I submitted the request after our last hearing, June something. It took 5 weeks for them to produce it to me. I've been out of town. I got it by email end of last week, I believe. The way these documents are produced, you get a series of PDF files. Some are emails, some are documents like this. One was a letter that I mentioned, an engineer that the DOT hired reviewing Mr. Snyder's report. That's the way they produced it. I don't know why I didn't get documents more current, because my request was very clear from January 1, 2025, being very generous on the front end, all the way to the present. And when my documents ended, what they produced to me ended in January of 2025. I can only represent to you what I asked for and what DOT gave me back. But these are very clearly DOT notes relating to this project. They directly and specifically relate to this project. For example, it talks about the 3 access points at the bottom of page 1, access A, and then continuing on B, C, and D. It reflects that the developer has abandoned C, I think, as one of their access points. This is all directly related to farmlands. And that was my request for farmlands, segment 6, segment 7, meeting notes, anything like that. I hope I've answered your question. I agree with you that it's just sitting here as a document on its own.
That's my point. Who wrote it?
Right.
Where's the date?
And just to make my point, all I'm putting forward is that there was a lot of discussion about speed limits, for example, and I think the applicant was very careful not to promise a speed limit reduction, because I think the applicant knew that it could not promise that. That's DOT's world. And all I wanted to do was point out that DOT, at least at this point, pursuant to their notes, is not planning on reducing the speed limit. And as we move forward in site development, and as we move forward with all the work that has to be done, I just want this commission to be aware that at least as of this point, DOT is not planning on reducing speed limit. If the applicant has better information tonight, they can tell us. I was certainly hoping we would hear from DOT that they would gradually reduce the speed limit leading into a major intersection. And by the way, this diagram is the signalized, that's the signalized intersection. This is intersection B. This is B, and B is listed on page 2 of the notes being the signalized cut through. This is the main intersection where the signal will be. It connects with Briarwood. The whole point of the meeting was to line up Briarwood's entrance and this entrance so that they would have one big entrance. And these folks can talk to that far better than I can. But these are FDOT's notes very clearly.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I add something, please?
Yes, yes, you can.
Mr. Mayor, is this cross-examination?
Mr. Mayor, no, this is not cross-examination. I'm going to try to bring a little clarity to the point here. So in the best interest of everyone's evening, and I think what you all are trying to do as elected officials here. Jerry Diedenbach for the record, NV5. At best, this represents a summary of information and partial information at that. As stated throughout the course of this, and Mr. Pappas is correct, that we would not say that FDOT is going to do something definitive that we don't know FDOT to do. it's clearly stated in there that FDOT does not change the speed on roads until a speed study is conducted. So I understand the perspective of where he's going, and it's parallel to the direction of what you all do as commissioners. The question is, this is very partial and it's very fragmented, and it doesn't represent where we currently are in the process. To that, we are in the rezoning process. We are not at the development plan approval process. Mr. Snyder has continued ongoing work with the Florida Department of Transportation, and there will be more that happens during the course of that. I think if I could summarize, and I'm certainly, Gary would say, Jerry, you're wrong if you're wrong, but his goal is to try to get you to do the right thing and ensure that the right things happen at the right time. I see him nodding like one of those. I wasn't going to say that. I was going to say those things that are in the window of the car. That, yeah. So we understand where he's going. This is not competent, substantial evidence, but we understand the direction of where he's going, and that will occur at the right time and phase.
Does the city staff or the applicant wish to cross-examine the affected party at this time?
Mr. Mayor, Carson J. Crockett, for the record, for the city, staff has no cross-examination at this time. Thank you.
Are there any additional active parties wishing to present evidence or testimony? If you do not come forward at this point in this procedure, you will be limited to public comment.
I don't know what he said. Can you speak in the microphone? Hi, good morning, everybody, or good afternoon.
Excuse me.
Donnelly.
Can I call a 5-minute recess, please? And then you can come right back up.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you, sir.
The one with the burger joint that has the airstream inside of it, whatever that one is. Like the small. Oh, well, it was terrible. Mine was way I was shocked. And it was I think right. That's why it's not. What they're saying. I said, why? Their job is all I want. I slowed it. 65 miles an hour and seeing the red light. They were very complimentary of Bryce. Yeah. I have to tell you, whatever they said after the
Hi, Sam. Good.
Nope.
This meeting is called back in order of the recess.
Hi, my name is Wes Donnelly. Nice to meet you all again. My concern is right now, I'm going to say a Walmart. I know I'm not supposed to, but this is my 15 minutes. It's going to bring us 25,000 more vehicles. Now, the subdivision is going to bring us 3,500 more vehicles in front of my house. I have a hard time getting it into my house as it is. When you drive into your neighborhood, how fast? When you drive into your driveway, how fast do you go? I have to slow down to what, 5, 6, 7, 8 miles an hour? I got cars zooming past me going 65 miles an hour. I know we can't, DOT's got to approve all that stuff or whatever, but you guys are bringing in 25,000 more vehicles for Walmart, and then this subdivision of 3,500 more vehicles. It's in your documents. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Are there any staff presentation?
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor. Carson J. Crockett for the record.
Mr. Mayor. Carson, just for you, for the clerk, if we just for her, just for a little bit slower, okay?
I will try my hardest, Mr. Mayor. This item is a request by EDA Consultants and NV5 Incorporated, together as the applicant on behalf of the 4 property owners: Ayla LLC, First Coast Road Rangers LLC, Jack Small Engine Repair LLC, and JTFA LLC. The application proposes the rezoning of an approximately 182-acre subject property, as we've discussed at length tonight so far. The subject property is generally located at 16650 Northwest US Highway 441. I would note that the subject property currently has an approved plan development, originally known as the Northwest 188th Street Plan Development. This rezoning would amend that existing PD. The subject property also has an approved preliminary plat / final PD plan, which, if this rezoning were to pass, that would have to come back as an amendment before you. Here we have an overview of that subject property. Again, this time the black and white hatched border is a little bit larger as it encompasses the entire 182-acre subject property. The red line is the municipal boundary for reference, with north being the top of the map. US Highway 441 runs along the north portion of the property, and Northwest 188th Street runs along the west portion of the property. For reference, you have the Briarwood subdivision to the north and Santa Fe Ford and the Wawa to the east along 441. The subject property currently has 3 zone districts on it, the first of which is community commercial, which provides lands for business uses that provide goods and services to residents of the entire community. It permits up to 15 dwelling units an acre in mixed-use developments and a floor area of 0.6 in mixed-use developments on parcels greater than 5 acres in size. The commercial intensive zone district provides lands and facilitates highway-oriented development opportunities within the city for uses that require high public visibility and an accessible location. It also permits up to 15 dwelling units an acre, and that's for any type of development, and permits up to 0.6 floor area ratio for parcels greater than 5 acres in size. And then the existing planned development residential permits up to 275 dwelling units and 4,000 square feet of non-residential floor area. That 4,000 square feet is for amenity and recreation type uses. Here's an overview of the existing zoning atlas for the city of Alachua, with, again, that property in the black and white hatch border, north still being the top of the map. The deep red is the commercial intensive as it currently stands. The lighter red in this portion is the community commercial, and this light purple is the planned development residential in today's form. Here is the existing planned development residential approved PD master plan. I would note that most of this residential portion along the eastern and southern and western borders will retain a good chunk of its design. It's mostly going to be in this northeastern quadrant that would be amended as part of this zoning application. So those proposed zone districts are planned development residential and planned development commercial. Development area A would be principally commercial. It would permit across 48 acres, approximately 450,000 square feet of non-residential floor area, which is a floor area ratio of 0.22. Development area B, which is approximately 81 acres, would permit up to 203 dwelling units, or 2.5 dwelling units per acre. And then development area C, which is approximately 53 acres, would permit up to 4,000 square feet of non-residential floor area, specifically for those recreation or amenity type uses. This is the proposed official zoning atlas for the city. So that straight zoning commercial, the commercial intensive that was here in that community commercial, is replaced with the deeper pink purple color. And it is also extended somewhat down into the property. The remainder of the property retains that lighter purple for the PD residential. And here we see what that looks like on the PD master plan, with the commercial in the northeastern quadrant, but a good chunk of that original residential design retained on the west, the south, and the east, with larger lots buffering the nearby residential and agriculture, and buffer areas between the commercial and between the exterior of the development and adjacent neighbors. In total, the net change would be 483 less dwelling units than the current zone districts allow, and 454,000 square feet would be permitted of non-residential, which is 267,433 less square feet than the current zone districts allow. A neighborhood meeting was held on September 24th, 2025 and October 22nd, 2025. All required notices were mailed out, and the applicant has indicated through their materials that 12 members of the public in total attended that meeting, or between those two meetings, and those materials are available for your review in the application materials. The application has been reviewed for consistency with the city's comprehensive plan. Specific goals, objectives, and policies that support the application can be found in the future land use, transportation, housing, community facilities, and conservation and open space elements, with a full evaluation available in the staff report. Here again, we have that environmental conditions analysis included in the staff report. Staff noted no major concerns to the items listed here on the screen. We do have Mr. Alfieri still with us. If you would like him to, Mr. Mayor, would you like him to come back up?
We need to have him make the record. Yeah.
Mr. Alfieri, if you would come back up at this time.
All right. Michael Alfieri again for the record.
State your name one more time.
Michael Alfieri again for the record. All right. So,
Mayor.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr.
I
Mayor,
think
we need to have him make his presentation again because this is a separate hearing.
Mhm.
So it's very brief, but we do need to put that into the record again, Mr. Mayor.
yeah. Well, thank you again for letting me come up and present. So again, the 4 points that are brought up here, again, introducing myself, the information that was reviewed, my findings, and the concluding statements. So again, I'm a licensed geologist in the state of Florida, as well as 12 other states. I'm the vice chair of the Florida Board of Professional Geologists, which regulates the geologic profession in the state of Florida. I'm a published author on karst science, multiple journal articles, as well as the karst systems of Florida, as you can see up there. I'm 1 in 5 certified through the American Institute of Hydrology, and 1 of 4 registered through the National Groundwater Association as a certified groundwater professional. This slide here is the information that was provided to me for review, which contains geotechnical reports, planning reports, letters, historical photos, as well as a monitoring report for the former landfill to the south of the site. So again, as I mentioned earlier, the purpose of this was to determine, if granted, would there be impacts to potential karst features, and will the environmental components be met? Again, review of geotechnical reporting, geophysical studies, historical imagery, planning documents that were provided, in the landfill monitoring data. The site, obviously, underlain by karst geology with cover materials, based on the geotechnical data, which consists of 60 borings that were collected between 2025 and 2026, as well as 2 supplementals, did not indicate active sinkhole activity at the site. And we found there was no evidence in the data that indicated raveling or progressive weakening. The data, they focused their supplemental investigation on an on-site depression. This was tested geophysically as well as through geotechnically. The data that provided there indicated a paleo sinkhole, but is in stable condition and hasn't moved. Based on aerial photography, there hasn't been much of a change in give or take 90 years. So the other component here is while we recommend the additional testing, geotechnical, geophysical, et cetera, to evaluate the karst and potential impacts environmentally. It's my opinion that this should be moved towards when we get to the master planning and permitting phases. We don't want to put the cart in front of the horse. And then in regards to the former landfill, the applicant and the county have already communicated with each other, and they will be working with each other on that for additional geologic evaluation. So, concluding statements here again. The data indicates that there's no active sinkhole activity on the property. There's no adverse impacts to public health, safety, or welfare. The proposed level of geologic, geophysical, geotechnical evaluation that's referenced in condition 5I is more appropriate, again, for the permitting and site design review phase of this when it's appropriate. Again, the letter that was referenced, the December 23rd, 2025 letter from me at Apex to the city was for a completely different project that is in a different phase of the development process as opposed to this project here, which is in the early phases here. Because subsurface conditions vary between site to site, the continued investigation later on is justified, and that any program moving forward, again, has to be site-specific and risk-based, tailored to the site design. There you go. And back to Carson.
Thank you. Carson Crockett for the record. All right. Section 2.4.2 E1 of the city's land development regulations establishes all the standards with which a site-specific amendment to the official rezoning must be found compliant, including plan developments. A full evaluation is available in the staff report. I'll briefly go through each of those elements. Consistent with comprehensive plan, an analysis of the application's consistency is included in the staff report, and we've already gone over that here tonight. Staff has found the application to be consistent with the City of Alachua comprehensive plan. Consistent with ordinances, an analysis of the application's compliance with the City of Alachua's LDRs has been included in the staff report. With that full analysis there, staff has found it to be compliant with the city's land development regulations. Logical development pattern. The proposed PD master plan locates those higher intensity and highway-oriented uses close and on 441, taking a gradient approach down towards the rural and agricultural transition areas with larger lot sizes and buffer areas where appropriate. The proposed PD amendment and rezoning would result in a logical development pattern. Premature development. The subject property is already designated with urban future land use categories and urban zone districts. The proposed amendment would not create premature development in undeveloped or rural areas. Incompatible with adjacent lands. Again, those proper buffers and tapers of lot sizes have been provided to ensure compatibility with adjacent lands. Adverse effect on local character. No adverse impacts from excessive traffic, density and or intensities of use, building height and bulk, noise, lights, or other physical effects or nuisances are anticipated as a result of this rezoning. In fact, the proposed PD would limit the density and intensity of the land more than the current zoning of the property, resulting in potentially 483 less dwelling units permitted and 267,000 less square feet of non-residential floor area, which would reduce that potential for excessive impacts and nuisances. Not deviate from the pattern of development. The pattern of development proposed is very consistent with that of the U.S. Highway 441 corridor along our corridor commercial activity center. Encourage sprawl. The companion small-scale comprehensive plan application was reviewed with Chapter 163.3177 Florida statutes and was found to not constitute urban sprawl by staff. The proposed PD master plan reduces the potential for a ribbon commercial development pattern, ensuring that the residential and commercial portions of the subject property are more integrated than they would otherwise be in the current zone districts. Spot zoning. The proposed PD master plan locates land use areas near related and adjacent surrounding zone districts. Development Area A, which is that commercial area, is adjacent and nearby commercial intensive zone districts. Development Area B, which is the residential portion, is related to and nearby low density residential uses, including the ag districts. The application would not result in spot zoning. Public facilities. The applicant has provided a PD utility plan as part of the proposed PD master plan, which demonstrates the general location of which public facilities are to be extended into the subject property. The utility extension provisions are assured through development parameters, the proposed PD ordinance, and PD agreement. No adverse effect on the environment. No significant environmental features are present on the subject property. A listed species assessment and additional geotechnical evaluation will be required at time of final PD plan as stipulated in the PD ordinance. The circulation and land uses shown in the proposed PD master plan are generally suitable for the subject property, and no significantly adverse effect on the environment is anticipated. Section 3.6.2A1 establishes the standards with which all PDs must be found compliant. A full evaluation is available in the staff report, and staff has found the PD proposal to comply with those standards. Section 3.6.3A of the city's land development regulations establishes standards specific to PDRs, and Section 3.6.3D establishes standards specific to PD comms. Both of those have been reviewed with a full evaluation available in the staff report, and staff has found the PD amendment application to comply with both of those sets of standards. I will slow down on this slide just to recap what we talked about the last hearing regarding the allowable deviations from the LDRs as requested by the applicant and what conditions came out of that during the motion, so we're all on the same page. Table 3.6-3 of the city's land development regulations permits PDs to deviate from certain development standards if the applicant can demonstrate that they are consistent with the purpose and intent of that PD district. So for section 6.1, off-street loading and parking standards, they've requested 2 deviations. The first deviation, excuse me, is for the standards for sales establishments, the minimum parking required. Currently, it's a sliding scale, where as you go up in floor area size, less parking spaces per... I'd have to double check that. A different amount of parking spaces are required for that size of establishment. The requested deviation would set the minimum off-street parking standard at a fixed rate of 1 space per 305 square feet of floor area, which would result in it being the same for any retail establishment, regardless of size. The 125% maximum would continue to apply. As part of that, the commission moved to include a condition in the ordinance, condition 5D II1 in the PD ordinance 2610, which states, Any reduction in parking spaces subject to this standard must be set aside as landscaping, functional open space, or pedestrian use in the sole discretion of the city, in addition to the minimum required open space standards of Section 6.7 of the City of Alachua's land development regulations. That has been included in the PD ordinance in front of you. The minimum bicycle parking requirement for parking lots with 50 or more parking spaces is currently 1 per 10. The applicant proposes an alternative requirement where a minimum of 2 bicycle parking spaces is provided in any parking lot, and the provision is then based on building square footage at a rate of 1 bicycle space per 5,000 square feet of floor area. This would ensure that the bicycle parking spaces are more evenly distributed across the site. Part of that condition that was added by the commission was condition 5CV in the PD ordinance, which states, outparcels must be connected to each other with pedestrian infrastructure as well as the external pedestrian network. The applicant has requested 1 deviation from the standards of Section 6.2. The requested deviation standardizes landscape buffer requirements internal to Development Area A outparcels and Development Area A outparcels only. Additional language was added by the Commission to requirement 5H III1 in the PD ordinance, which states, any planting that is displaced by the reduced buffer requirements must still be provided elsewhere on site. And then lastly, the applicant has requested 1 deviation from the standards of Section 6.5 regarding the multi-tenant signage, so that the multi-tenant signage can be treated the same as on an individual building sign. The same maximum allowance of 10% up to a maximum of 350 square feet per tenant instead of per building. In addition, the requirement of the county that the applicant agreed to, 5IX, was added and states, the applicant shall provide a submittal of an appropriate engineering and environmental study at time of any final PD plan application, demonstrating that the proposed development activities, including the proposed stormwater management facilities, will not adversely affect the integrity of the adjacent landfill or the extent, movement, or management of the existing groundwater contamination plume. And then there was an additional condition added under 5II sub 1, which states the listed geologic requirements is outlined in a letter sent to Patrice Boyce on December 23rd, 2025 by Michael Alfieri, PG, on behalf of Apex Companies. So those are the conditions that were added on first reading, in the motion of first reading. Before I continue with my presentation, does the commission have any questions on this specific slide?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. We're talking about the PD COM, and I was looking at our description of it, the purpose and intent, mixed use retail and office development. I'm trying to figure out, I'm just like, how are we do we enforce that at prelim plat, or when do we enforce that portion?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure I understand the question.
So what we've seen so far is we've seen discussions about commercial properties. The designs we were shown at the last hearing, you had your main big box store area, you had 3 little islands out front.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that were also commercial. But what I'm trying to understand is how is that falling in line with the PD commercial portion of that, if that section is the actual PD commercial?
Mr. Mayor, common practice has been to incorporate multiple forms of PDs for the desired mix of uses that are permitted, because PD COMs don't permit certain residential uses, PDRs don't permit certain commercial uses. So this results in a more what the applicant is requesting in terms of their desired allowed uses.
Okay, so I get practice, but what I'm trying to understand is this PD COM actually providing residential that we're zoning? Or are we saying, oh, it's going to be commercial, this is actually just commercial, we're relying on the PDR portion to satisfy the residential aspect.
Mr. Mayor, it's one PD that will provide both residential and commercial. The designations of PD, COM, and PDR are solely to refine the uses within.
Okay, all right. And then we're talking about these portions on this. Nothing has changed since the last meeting, or something has changed within the resolution?
Mr. Mayor,
Or sorry, the ordinance.
The conditions that I just presented to you in the ordinance are as they were spoken into the record at the last hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome.
Okay. If the commission does not have any other questions, I will continue on with my presentation. I just have a couple more slides. Staff conducted a public facilities impact analysis with the findings included in the staff report. A PD is a preliminary development order, and as such, concurrency will be reevaluated at time of a final development order. That would be a final PD plan, either a site plan or a preliminary plat. Staff notes only one potential deficiency on roadway segment 6, and that potential deficiency will need addressed prior to issuance of a final development order. For reference, segment 6, as I'm sure we're mostly familiar with by this point, is the portion of US Highway 441 that runs between Interstate 75 and County Road 235A here. On April 21st, 2026, the Planning and Zoning Board voted to transmit the application to the City Commission with a recommendation to approve. And on July 27th, 2026, the City Commission voted to pass Ordinance 26-10 upon first reading. That brings us to staff's recommendation that the City Commission find the site-specific amendment to the official zoning atlas for ALA LLC, First Coast Road Rangers LLC, Jack Small Engine Repair LLC, and JTFA LLC to be consistent with the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan and in compliance with the city's land development regulations. And 1, adopt Ordinance 26-10 upon second and final reading, and 2, authorize the mayor to execute the PD agreement. That concludes staff's presentation. Myself and Michael Alfieri are available for any questions that the commission may have in cross-examination.
Does the applicant or the affected parties wish to cross-examination staff at this time?
Mr. Mayor, Jerry Diedenbach on behalf of the applicant. No, sir.
Mr. Mayor, Gary Pappas, no questions.
Thank you. Now we have public comments, 5 minutes.
Good evening, commissioners, mayor, attorneys, and city manager. I also am Sarah Younger again.
State your name.
Yes, as I shared. Sarah Younger with the Suwannee St. John's Group Sierra Club. I want to remind you that the city does already possess some enforcement opportunities for karst areas. The comprehensive plan can mandate that you establish buffers, especially as we now learn that there is a sinkhole on this property. You want to make sure that that sinkhole has the appropriate buffering. I also want to remind you that the level of which water use is consumed on a high-density commercial is quite different from home. So whether or not you're saying it's less impact, it's actually higher when you're talking about high-density commercial to a significant amount. I also want to remind you that we are in a drought. We're in a severe drought. This with no end in sight at this time. every time you approve a project that takes more water from our aquifer, you are basically it's a savings account, yeah, that we have that's now near deficit. And I live on well water, as many residents in our area do. I have frequented Post Springs on many occasions. You go there today, you cannot swim. There's no water. We have friends and members of our group that attend the St. John's Water Management District meetings. They have been asked by counties to increase their water supply allocations by 30% for the city area of Jacksonville. We don't have 30% more. And the chair has absolutely shared that with them. Where's this water coming from? So I urge you to be mindful of the fact that every project you approve, when it comes to time and your allocations are not going to absolutely make that possible. Also on stormwater too. On wastewater, you're nearing your levels in which you can handle at this city wastewater. Be mindful. So for zoning concerns, I want you to be aware that there are some things that you can do to address that. You can, when you get to the design stages, you can start to ask for permeable areas that allow for water to retreat into the ground that's obviously not coming off the parking lot, but in other areas along the walkways, etc. There are things that you can be requiring of this design in order to ensure that we're restoring that water and it's not just ending up in a sewage. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Zoe King. I'm going to read what I wrote. The city must consider whether this creates premature development in an underdeveloped or rural area, whether it adversely affects the character of the area through traffic, intensity, noise, light, or other impacts, whether it encourages urban sprawl, whether adequate public facilities are planned and available, whether it's compatible with adjacent lands, and whether it could significantly adversely affect the natural environment. Those are not standards. Those are not my standards. Those are the city's standards. Florida law reinforces them. Florida Statute 163.3161 says community planning is intended to promote orderly growth, protect public health and safety, provide transportation and infrastructure efficiently, protect natural resources, and maintain the character and stability of the land development. Florida Statute 163.3194 requires development decisions to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. Florida Statute 63.3202 requires land development regulations to address compatibility, open spaces, potable water protection, stormwater, environmentally sensitive lands, public facilities, and safe traffic flow. And Florida Statute 163.3177 specifically tells us what urban sprawl can look like. It includes development extending into rural areas, failure to protect our natural groundwater recharge areas, failure to protect adjacent agricultural activities and prime farmland, failure to maximize existing infrastructure, increased cost of road and public services, failure to maintain separation between rural and urban areas, and loss of functional open space. Look at what you have before you tonight. Approximately 182 acres of working tree farm, up to 450,000 square feet of commercial development, and more than 200 homes. Traffic concerns on US 441, a former landfill, and documented contamination concerns nearby, karst geology and underground water concerns, and yet, according to testimony at previous hearings, a hydraulic study has not been completed. The city's own comprehensive plan policy 51A says the city should consider the best of available hydrological information when making land use decisions and high aquifer recharge areas and may require site-specific geological data. So I have this very simple question. Why are we being asked to approve the rezone first and answer these questions later? If the additional environmental study is important enough to make it a condition of development, isn't that information important enough for you to have before you permanently change the zone? And we need to consider what happens beyond these 182 acres. Florida Statute 163.3177 specifically recognizes preserving agricultural areas as part of discouraging sprawl. And now SB 686 creates additional development rights to certain agricultural enclaves once agricultural lands become surrounded by development. So tonight's decision isn't happening in isolation. Development creates the edge for the next development. A farm becomes commercial development. The farm beyond it becomes the new edge. Then another rezoning comes before you. Little by little, the rural land isn't lost through one enormous decision. It's lost one rezoning at a time. Before you vote yes tonight, I ask the commissioners to ask yourself whether the evidence presented actually satisfies standards 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, and 11 of our own rezoning criteria. If you cannot confidently answer yes to each standard, then it's irresponsible to vote yes. You do not have to decide tonight that this is the property or that this property can never be developed. You only have to decide whether the evidence before you tonight is sufficient to justify the rezoning at the intensity at the location. I also just want to bring it back up again is that you can't recharge an area if you continue to pave it. So there's nothing, the surface there, the more surface areas you pave, the less there is to recharge. And from an environmental standpoint, if we go back to the beginning or the end of last year when we were talking about the terra developments, that water flows right into protected waters. So when you put commercial development, depending on, they say Walmart, you're probably going to have an auto place there. You have all kinds of stuff that's going to go into this water and to the farms and all of the people's wells. And you guys just have to be responsible. And I feel like we're fighting a losing battle against you guys because we're trying to point these things out to you multiple times and you guys just
Thank you.
don't hear it.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Tamara Robbins. So I find this a really sad day. The occupancy of this room is 156 people. Look how many chairs are empty. This room was packed beyond capacity. There was the overflow room set up. People were outside. People were in the lobby when these first hearings happened. And, they didn't come back because, Mr. Mayor, in my opinion, you betrayed them.
We will
Now,
not have
sir,
that kind of comment.
no, this is a constitutional right. It's in her training. I have a right to question your integrity or anybody up there. So you're going to shut me down? Ask your attorney, Mr. Mayor. You had your closed training session?
I will tell you this.
No, I get to speak, sir.
And I will let you speak.
Then cut my time.
I will give you extended time.
I'm not going to be lectured by you.
What I'm saying.
So you're going to challenge what I'm speaking, Madam Attorney and Mr. Attorney? I think you need to weigh in.
There's no personal jab.
I get to question your integrity, sir.
You've stated your piece on
I
that
get
issue.
to question integrity.
If you will not interrupt me, please, for just a moment. There is a rule of civility.
I am being civil, sir. Okay. He interrupts. That causes people to get annoyed. Right. I was speaking calmly and respectfully.
No, you're not speaking calmly, number one. Number two, your
you're
question is...
You're not going to gaslight me.
I'm not. Listen. Speak to the chair.
I will, if you'd let me.
Speak in a calm and civil manner, if you will, please.
Okay? I will.
Thank you, Ms.
Mr. Mayor, the room was packed beyond capacity at previous public hearings because the community cared. There were hundreds, there were numerous letters. There's a stack of them back there written to this commission because an election changed the dynamic of this board. And Mr. Mayor, your position when you were elected was that you were putting the public first. So the public showed up because the public believed they were going to finally be heard in this community. And now the room's almost empty. Most of the people in here are staff or applicants or representatives. And so I'm going to say it again. I believe the public was betrayed. And so now nobody's here because they figure, what's the point? I know. I didn't want to come tonight. A lot of people didn't show up tonight because why? What's the point? They already know what's going to happen. They came out believing democracy was going to be part of what was going to take place. And these hearings were going to matter. And providing information and proof and evidence into the record was going to matter. And if I get passionate, that is not uncivil. It's called passion. And you threaten to throw people out if they express passion or they support somebody. And you have a right to do that, I suppose. But it's unfortunate that this room has now reclaimed its status before. But the public has been betrayed by this board. And I thank Commissioner Fletcher and I would thank Commissioner Yomas for standing true to why they were elected, because the public wanted change. And you can shake your head all you want, but I get to speak. Gosh, I know it sucks, right? Yeah, I am. And it's unfortunate you don't like to be lectured to either. I don't either. So the comprehensive plan element, the transportation element, has a whole bunch of features in it that I don't believe you guys are doing. If you have read through, it says it's in compliance. The city shall coordinate its traffic circulation planning efforts with the Florida Department of Transportation in Alachua County for consistency with their transportation improvement plans. Has the city done that? Policy 1.6A, the city shall, during capital improvements planning process for the roadway improvements, review the proposed roadway improvements that will be completed as part of the implementation of the Florida Department of Transportation 5-year transportation plan. Have y'all done that? Have you been working with FDOT on your 5-year capital improvement plan and making sure you're in coordination with theirs when you're doing these developments? Because I don't see that as part of the presentation. Roadway design is supposed to encourage safe and efficient travel. Are you doing that? It says that this is in compliance with the city's comp plan? I don't see that. So I guess it's easy. It says that you're supposed to establish and maintain a level of service standards as noted below in policy 1.1A. Adopted level of service doesn't fall below a D on any segment. So I think one of them was going to be an F, right? That section between I-75 and 235A, 441. That's in violation of your comp plan.
We'll move to do the affected party, the applicant or staff have any rebuttals they wish to submit. The affected party go first, followed by the applicant and the staff. We'll move on. At this time, we will hear conclusion by all parties, beginning with the affected party, if any.
Gary Pappas, thank you for your attention to all the matters I've brought up over the last 3 hearings, and I appreciate your patience.
Staff, would you like to submit a conclusion?
Mr. Mayor, Carson J. Crockett for the record. Staff's conclusion is simply the recommendation before you, and staff report, staff stands by. And we continue to recommend approval subject to the conditions in that PD ordinance 2610. Thank you.
Applicants, are there any conclusion?
Jared Bach on behalf of the applicant. No, Mr. Mayor, we are not going to add any additional information, but want to incorporate everything that's been done in these proceedings, inclusive of the land use, which actually forms a basis for additional competent substantial evidence into this, and we hope for your continued support. Thank you, sir.
We will move to what is the pleasure of this board. Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I believe there's deliberation among the commissioners first. So for my fellow commissioners, Mr. Mayor, I'm trying to follow up because we talked about reducing, I believe it was some of the buffer space. I'm trying to find it within this actual PD portion where that it is not to be reused as stormwater management spots, because that was one of the things. It was, hey, we don't want to just reduce this, concede on this standard to give them more stormwater retention, like use it for something that benefits, the design as a whole, like a better, like more green space. That's, I think Carson might have said active green space, or what was that?
Mr. Mayor, is Commissioner Fletcher referencing the requirement regarding the parking standard or regarding the buffers between out parcels?
So there was one was regarding trees. I saw that one. I think that was H3I1.
Correct.
Got that
Mr.
addressed
Mayor,
on that
yes.
part. But then there was a second part. There was a different part where we talked about there was a reduction in buffer size itself. And there was a discussion over whether or not that it would be considered green space, and does that green space count as towards stormwater management? Because right now, I believe stormwater management is considered an open space, and you can put a playground where we dump the stormwater. I'm just looking at what the allowed use is on here. But
Mr. Mayor, to answer Commissioner Fletcher's question, I believe you were referencing in regards to a potential reduction in parking spaces from using the flat standard instead of the scaling standard that's currently in the LDRs, and that is addressed in development parameter 5D2I1. Which dictates the actual reduction, but then an additional sentence was added to the end of that subparagraph 1 that states, quote, any reduction in parking spaces subject to this standard must be set aside as landscaping, quote, functional open space.
Functional, that's
or pedestrian use in the sole discretion of the city in addition to the minimum required open space standards of section 6.7.
Is stormwater management considered landscaping?
Mr. Mayor, you're asking me to do an interpretation on the spot. I don't believe it would.
Okay. Because I thought we said it was just to be functional. Because again, the whole thing was like, we're gonna allow you to reduce your parking spots, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you have to give something like functionally back.
Mr. Mayor, if the commission has the pleasure of making it solely functional open space, that's an option.
Do you guys want, I guess the question is, do we want the saved parking space area to be landscaping or functional space?
Mr. Mayor, I'll ask, I understand what we're asking and what we had said before. Would this be something that we could continue in the plan development part, or does it have to be?
Mr. Mayor, this would dictate a development parameter of the plan development. If you leave landscaping in the ordinance, you wouldn't be able to dictate past that point because it would be an option that's allowed under the PD ordinance.
So can you repeat?
The current standard states, quote, any reduction in parking spaces subject to this standard must be set aside as landscaping, functional open space, or pedestrian use in the sole discretion of the city. Let me rephrase. I forgot about in the sole discretion of the city. You could dictate that at site plan, Madam Vice Mayor, Mr. Mayor.
I guess the question is how much effort are the applicants, if after this goes through and they decide to put in a new application, how much effort are they going to go through to get to that point? And then at that point, we go and say, no, you should have done it this way, and then send them back. Because that's what I want to make sure is whatever's presented at our next time, like if we're thinking about it now, it should, what they're going to show later, like we're already all on the same page. So is that something we do later and send them back, or we do now?
Mr. Mayor, it's really up to the commission when you want to have that discussion. It could be now, or it could be at site plan.
Would that be preliminary plat that comes up next? Or what would that be up next?
Mr. Mayor, in most cases, commercial will come to you as a site plan. Residential is typically preliminary plat.
Okay,
There
so
are cases where that mixes, but generally.
Is the site plan the last time it comes before this commission?
Mr. Mayor, if it's a site plan for over 80,000 square feet in floor area, that is the sole hearing you will have for that item. If it's under 80,000 square feet, it'll be at the discretion of the Planning and Zoning Board.
Okay. But I mean, like once it comes in front of us, is that the last time we see it?
Mr. Mayor, a site plan is a final development order. It would then go to building permits, and that would be the last time you see it.
So if they brought back something to us that we didn't like at that point, it's pretty much sending them back. Like it has to be down. We can't just push it off.
Mr. Mayor, you could refer the application back to staff rather than outright denying based off of such a menial difference, if you will.
Okay.
So Mayor, so similar to what we did before. We could refer back.
Mr. Mayor, referral back to staff would result in the application going back to a level of staff review and then being presented again at an additional public hearing and an amended staff report to reflect the changes.
All right, I asked for a motion. Can I have a motion, please?
Mr. Mayor, I think we're trying to make one.
Well, can you make one?
Well, I think we have a motion. So I can make the motion.
Well, please do.
Okay, so I'll move that based upon the competent substantial evidence that's presented before this commission and the staff recommendations, the commission finds the applicant of the site-specific amendment to be official with the zoning atlas of ALA LLC, First Coast Road Rangers LLC, Jack Small Engine Repair LLC, and JTFA LLC to be consistent with the City of Alachua's comprehensive plan and in compliance with the city's limit land development regulations, and adopt ordinance 26-10 upon its second and final reading, and authorize the mayor to execute the PD agreement.
I'll second that.
It's been moved to second. Now I call for public comments on the motion on the floor.
Mr. Mayor, you might want to double check with the city attorney on public comment.
Mr. Mayor, we've already had the public comment. Can call for the vote at this time. Roll call.
So we'll make a vote. I'll start with Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Fletcher.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. We unfortunately we weren't able to discuss any of the traffic conditions um, due to the I don't know how this just all played out. So I'm not confident in that. That was a big sell on this. On hey, we're doing traffic. There's a lot of unanswered on this. We're going to get a site plan next, and then at that point we I guess can send it back to ensure that the traffic's that doesn't seem to make sense. Um, versus having it established now. And with that, I don't find this, based on the competent and substantial evidence presented, I don't find it in compliance with our LDRs or our comprehensive plan. So no.
Vice Mayor Wingerson.
Mayor, I'm just going to just say this and then give my vote as well. I appreciate everybody that came through from the first time to this time and understanding the dynamic of this development. I also feel from staffs for giving us information that in the development and planning, we'll get more information on traffic. Am aware, and I think we all are aware. I know that it's keeps being brought up that Fletcher is the only one that talks about traffic. I think we all are aware of traffic in Alachua. I live exactly where we're all talking about. And I am in hopes that this development does do its due diligence as what they're saying. I feel like there has been things brought back and has been told to us. And I really hope that we are thorough in this process. Okay. I will vote aye.
Mayor Welch. I vote aye. Now we'll move to item C, ordinance 26-11.
Mr. Mayor, this
Mr.
is a
Mayor.
legislative item on your agenda. This is ordinance.
Mr.
I'm sorry.
Mayor, could I just make one comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't.
I just wanted to express my thanks to everyone. This was a long process, but you were here. I appreciate the respect that you exhibited when you made your presentations. I appreciate the civility in this meeting. We may differ in our opinions, but we want the same. We want the best for the city of Alachua. So thank you again for all that you have done, all that you have said to this commission.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, do you want to take a 5-minute?
Sure.
Thank you.
We'll take 5 minutes. Thank you.
Always a pleasure. My grandkids. I didn't say anything. Not interested in moving. Yeah. Good to meet you.
The connected trick here.
I knew you were I said something about the size. No, because I haven't got to get rid of my suits. I probably 26. I mean, that was my life. I can't get rid of them. You know what? I can't find a good place in Miami. I may go back down to Miami. Miami, there was a charity called Suited for Success that took in businesses and gave them to kids who were applying for jobs and we don't have it. I've called all around different folks who do mentoring for youth jobs. At the high school, the high school has which high school has the entrepreneurial management? I called them and I couldn't get traction. It's good to see you again. I almost sent you a picture. I was in St. Petersburg and I was at a museum this weekend. And we were at a museum, the Leitner Museum, which is across from Flagler College. And they had a music room and there was a gramophone that was called Stella in gold. I don't know why you the picture, but it's right there. See?
This meeting is called back to order.
Have a good night.
I just hate the traffic.
What's that?
I just hate the traffic. That's okay.
Mr. Mayor, I think, would you like me to read the next item on the agenda?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir. This is ordinance 26-11, an ordinance of the City of Alachua, Florida, relating to the small-scale amendment of the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan, Future Land Use Amendment, Future Land Use Map, amending the future land use map classification of a plus or minus 1.48 acre subject property from medium density residential recreation to public, generally located at 15818 Northwest 140th Street. The tax parcel number is 03120-000-00. Tax parcel number 03113-000-000. 03114-000-000, repealing all ordinances in conflict, providing severability, and providing an effective date. The appropriate motion at the appropriate time is to pass ordinance 26-11 upon its reading by title only.
Good evening, Mayor, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners, City Manager, and City Attorney. Parker A.H. Stevens, planner for the City of Alachua. My resume is on file with the Office of the Deputy City Clerk. This hearing is a legislative hearing, application number PSSC 260001 and ordinance number 2611, known as the Havecock Community Center Small Scale Comprehensive Plan Amendment Application. This item is a request by the City of Alachua to amend the future land use map from medium density residential and recreation to public. The approximately 1.48 acres subject property is generally located at 15818 Northwest 140th Street, and the applicant has submitted a companion rezoning application, which is the next item on the agenda. Here again is the vicinity map of the project showing the desired changes. There are two existing future land use categories for the subject property. First is medium density residential, which acts as a residential land use category, permitting up to 8 dwelling units per acre, and typical uses are single family residential, multifamily units, apartments, and townhomes. The second existing land use is recreation, which typically allows 2.25 FAR. Typical uses include recreation facilities, neighborhood parks, and etc. This is a map of the existing future land use map. The amendment would change the existing land uses to the public land use. The public land use category establishes lands that are typically used for public facility land uses, and typical uses will fall under public facilities that match the existing land uses surrounding it. And here is a map of the proposed future land use map. The purpose of a neighborhood meeting is to educate the owners of nearby land about the ongoing project. For this one, no neighborhood meeting was required, but a neighborhood meeting was made for the was held for the companion rezoning application on January 6, 2026. In total, 5 members of the public attended the neighborhood meeting. We discussed the neighborhood meeting during our last meeting regarding the subject item, and that is available in the item summary. Chapter 163.1377 of the Florida statutes requires that any amendment to the future land use element of the comprehensive plan discourage the proliferation of urban sprawl. It identifies 13 primary urban sprawl indicators and 8 urban form criteria. An amendment to the future land use map is presumed to not be urban sprawl if it meets at least 4 of the 8 urban form criteria. Staff has evaluated the 13 primary indicators and 8 urban form criteria, and with our findings located in the staff report, has concluded that the proposed amendment does not constitute urban sprawl. The application has then been further reviewed for consistency with the city's comprehensive plan, specific goals, policies, and objectives that support the application can be found in the future land use, transportation, housing, community facilities, and conservation and open space elements, and a full evaluation is available in the staff report. Staff has conducted environmental conditions analysis with the findings included in the staff report. Staff has no concerns related to the items listed here on the screen, and a further evaluation is available in the staff report. Public hearings. On June 6, the Planning and Zoning Board voted to transmit the application to the City Commission with a recommendation to approve. July 27th, 2026, the City Commission approved Ordinance 2611 upon first reading. Staff recommends that the City Commission find the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment for the City of Alachua to be consistent with the City of Alachua comprehensive plan and adopt Ordinance 2611 upon second and final reading. This concludes staff's presentation. I'm available to answer any questions the board may have regarding this item.
I asked my questions last time, Mr. Mayor.
We have no questions. I'll make a motion. I move based upon the presentation before this commission and staff's recommendation, the commission finds this applicant of a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment for the City of Alachua to be consistent with the City of Alachua's comprehensive plan and approve Ordinance 26-11 on its second final reading for August 24th,
2026.
I'll second that.
It's been moved to second. Is there any public comments on the motion? If not, we'll have a vote by roll call. I will start with Commissioner Fletcher,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ringerson,
Aye.
Mayor Welch, aye. Thank you. Now we will move to item.
Mr. Mayor, this is the companion zoning item, quasi judicial. This is ordinance 26-12, an ordinance of the City of Alachua, Florida, relating to the amendment of the official zoning atlas from residential single family 3, RSF 3, to government facility GF on a plus or minus 0.49 acre subject property generally located at the southeast corner of Northwest 159th Lane and Northwest 141st Street, and west of the Cleather Hathcock Community Center. Tax parcel number is 03114-000-000, repealing all ordinances in conflict, providing servability, providing an effective date. The appropriate motion at the appropriate time is to pass ordinance 26-12 upon its reading by title only, second and final reading.
This is a quasi-judicial item. If you wish to speak on this item, please stand and be sworn in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Mayor, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners, City Manager, and City Attorney. Parker A.H. Stevens, planner with the City of Alachua. My resume is on file with the City Clerk, and I have been sworn in.
Parker, just real quick, we'll pull the commission to make sure there's no ex parte communications starting at the end of our dais.
No.
Don?
No.
No.
Thank you.
All right. This hearing is a quasi-judicial hearing, application number PR 26001 and ordinance 2612, known as the Hathcock Community Center, site-specific amendment to the official zoning atlas. Before I begin my presentation, I would like to incorporate into the record by reference my presentation for the companion application PSSC 260002. This item is a request by the City of Alachua, applicant and property owner. This application proposes the rezoning of an approximately 0.49 acre parcel from residential single family 3 to government facility. As previously stated, the subject property is generally located at the southwest corner of Northwest 159th Lane and Northwest 141st Street, and west of the Cleather Hathcock Community Center. Again, this application includes a companion application for a future land use amendment. Pictured here is a vicinity map for the project. There's one current existing zoning district, residential single family 3, permits principal use of single family density, permitting up to 3 dwelling units per acre. Typical uses include single family detached dwelling units. Here is the existing official zoning atlas. The proposed rezoning would change the land use type to government facility, which is the government facility land use was established with the general purpose of accommodating government facilities. Typical uses will include recreational, community, and governmental uses, activities, utilities, and educational facilities. And here is a shot of what the proposed official zoning atlas will look like. The purpose of a neighborhood meeting is to educate the owners of nearby land and any other interested members of the public about the project and to receive comments regarding the project. As previously stated, one neighborhood meeting was held on January 6, 2026 Notice of the meeting was mailed to all property owners within 400 feet of the property and was published in the newspaper of general circulation. The materials in the staff report indicate the 5 members of the public in total attended the meetings, and a summary of that meeting is available for your comments in the staff report. This application has been reviewed for consistency with the city's comprehensive plan. The specific goals, objectives, and policies that support the application can be found in the future land use, transportation, housing, community facilities, conservation, open space elements. A full evaluation is available in the staff report. Staff has conducted environmental conditions analysis with the findings included in the staff report. Staff has no concerns related to the items listed here on the screen, and a full evaluation is available in the staff report. Section 2.4.2E1 of the city's land development regulations establishes the standards with which all site-specific amendments of the official zoning atlas must be found compliant. The application has been reviewed for and found to comply with all the standards listed here on the screen, and a full evaluation is available in the staff report, but I will briefly go through each standard. Consistent with the comprehensive plan, analysis of the application's consistency with the City of Alachua's comprehensive plan is included in the staff report, and the application has been found to be consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. Consistent with ordinances. Analysis of the application's compliance with the City of Alachua land development regulations has been included in the staff report. The proposed amendment is not in conflict with any applicable requirements in the city's code of ordinances. Logical development pattern. The proposed development would provide a logical continuation to land uses similar to the surrounding properties while remaining compatible with adjacent properties. Premature development. The subject property is already designated with urban future land use categories and urban zone districts. The subject property is also adjacent to existing land uses and zone districts that are compatible with the proposed change. Incompatible with adjacent lands. In this case, the proposed development would not create incompatibility with additional land uses. Adverse effect on local character. There are no adverse impacts anticipated from this change. Not deviate from pattern of development. The amendment would allow for public uses which aligns with the government facility zoning to the east of the property. Encouraging sprawl. The companion small-scale comprehensive plan amendment was reviewed against the primary indicators and urban form criteria set forth in the Florida statutes and does not constitute urban sprawl. Spot zoning. Staff has reviewed this application and has determined that the application will not result in spot zoning. Public facilities. The subject property is situated within the community potable water service area and the community wastewater service area. Any future development will be required to connect to these services. No adverse effect on the environment. Environmental conditions analysis is included in the staff report, and no significant environmental features are present on the subject property. As such, no significantly adverse impact on the environment is anticipated. Any future developments of the subject property must adhere to the environmental protections outlined in this comprehensive plan and land development regulations. On June 9th, 2026, the Planning and Zoning Board transmitted the application with recommendation to approve, and on July 27th, the City Commission approved Ordinance 2612 upon first reading. Staff's recommendation is that the City Commission find the proposed amendment to the official zoning atlas for Halfcock Community Center to be consistent with the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan and adopt Ordinance 2612 upon second and final reading. This concludes staff's presentation. I'm available to answer any questions the board may have.
Is there any questions?
Not at this time, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We appreciate that. We'll take call for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, we are assuming there's no affected parties given the lack of, it looks like staff is here.
No one has come forth claiming affected party status at this time, no.
Mr. Mayor, I move that based upon the presentation before this commission and staff's recommendation, the commission finds the application for a site-specific amendment to the official zoning atlas for the, should that be Havecock Community Center, to be consistent with the City of Alachua's comprehensive plan and in compliance with the city's land development regulations, and adopt ordinance 2612 upon the second and final reading. Is that the correct reading? Because in my packet it says City of Alachua twice, and
I'll second it. I had crossed through that and added Hathcock Center as well.
More
I'll
than
second.
More than likely, that is a scripter's error. Yes.
It's been moved to second. Any public comments on the motion? If not, we'll take a roll call vote. I'll start with Commissioner
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ringerson,
Aye.
Mayor Welch, aye. We'll move to item E.
Mr. Mayor, this is ordinance 26-14, an ordinance of the City of Alachua, Florida, extending the corporate limits of the City of Alachua, Florida to include certain lands lying contiguous to the existing corporate limits of the city. Tax parcel number is 03961-000-000, providing that all existing laws, ordinances, rules, and regulations shall apply in said area, providing that the property and land inhabitants are subject to the existing indebtedness and liable for taxation, providing for severability, providing for an effective date. Appropriate motion is passed. Ordinance 26-14 upon its reading by title.
Good evening again, Mayor, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners, City Manager, and City Attorney. Parker A. Stevens. My resume is on file with the Office of the Deputy City Clerk. The item before you is application number PA 2605 and ordinance number 2614, titled as the Project McMillan Voluntary Annexation. This item is a request by Hill, Lindsay, McMillan, Hardy, and Werner, the applicants and property owners, for voluntary annexation of a 39.73 acre, approximately, subject property into the municipal limits of the City of Alachua. The subject properties are generally located at 14062 Northwest U.S. Highway 441. Currently, the subject property has an Alachua County future land use designation of agricultural-rural and a zoning designation of agricultural. Here we have an overview of the subject property shown in the black and white hatch border, with the north being the top of the map. The subject property is located along the U.S. Highway 441 corridor and shares the border with the Progress Park Plan development. Here we have an overview of the proposed amended municipal boundary in orange. The existing boundary is in gray with a red outline. Chapter 171.044 of the Florida statutes establishes the procedures for voluntary annexation. Notice was provided via certified mail to the Alachua County Board of County Commissioners on July 13th, 2026, not fewer than 10 days to publishing or posting the required public notices. Notice was subsequently published once each week for 2 consecutive weeks. Those dates are wrong. It would have been published on what days were those? I want to say the 16th and the 9th of August, if those are Thursdays. It would have been published 2 weeks in advance of this meeting. In any case, Chapter 171.044 of the Florida Statutes also establishes the standards for which areas to be annexed via voluntary annexation must be found compliant. Requirement 1 is that the area to be annexed must be contiguous to the existing municipal boundary. The subject property is contiguous on 3 sides. Requirement 2 is that the area to be annexed must be reasonably compact. The subject property has been reviewed against the statutory definition for compactness in Chapter 171.031 and is found to be reasonably compact. Finally, Requirement 3 is that the area to be annexed will not create an enclave. As demonstrated by the maps shown in this presentation, this annexation will not result in the creation of an enclave. On August 10th, 2026, the City Commission approved Ordinance 2614 upon first reading. And staff recommends, continues their recommendation to approve Ordinance 2614 upon second and final reading. And at this time, I'm available to answer any questions the board may have regarding this presentation.
I don't think anybody has anything.
I just want to, I believe one of the applicants is here. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I just want to thank them for wading through all of our earlier stuff for that.
You are truly amazing. And with that,
I was going to say.
I move that based on the competent, substantial evidence provided, this commission adopt ordinance 26-14 upon the second and final reading of ordinance 2614 for August 24, 2026.
Second.
It's been moved to second. Any public comments? Motion? If not, we'll take another roll call vote. Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ringerson?
Aye.
Mayor Welch? Aye.
Mr. Mayor, next item on the agenda is ordinance 26-15, an ordinance of the city of Alachua, extending ordinance number 0-96-21, an ordinance granting Clay Electric Cooperative a non-exclusive electric utility franchise to occupy municipal streets and rights-of-way in the city of Alachua, Florida, for the purpose of providing electric and power services, prescribing the terms and conditions accompanying the grant of the franchise, providing for severability of provisions, providing for an effective date. The appropriate motion is to pass ordinance 26-15 upon its reading by title only.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, Michael Carrillo, Electrical Engineer for the City of Alachua. The City of Alachua provides reliable and affordable electric utility service to approximately 5,300 residential and commercial customers within our electric service territory, as documented by the Florida Public Service Commission. The remaining electric customers within our city limits are served by Clay Electric Cooperative, Duke Energy of Florida, and Gainesville Regional Utilities based on these utilities' respective electric service territories through electric franchise agreements. An electric franchise agreement is a negotiated contract between a municipality or local government and an electric service provider, granting the utility the right to serve customers within a specific geographic area. This legal arrangement under public utility law authorizes the utility to operate in the jurisdiction typically for a set term, often 20 years or more. The agreement generally includes provisions for rates and for the use of public rights of way for infrastructure installation and maintenance. Ordinance 26-15 extends the existing 30-year Clay Electric franchise agreement for an additional 30 years and stipulates a monthly franchise payment of 6% of Clay Electric's base revenues from the customers it serves within the city of Alachua. By approving Ordinance 26-15, we ensure the continuity of service for 880 existing Clay Electric customers within the city limits of the city of Alachua. This franchise agreement has provided the city of Alachua with revenue of approximately $23,300 per month on average. Recommended action is to approve Ordinance 26-15 on second and final reading. Any questions?
Will there be any questions?
Mr. Mayor, I move we approve ordinance 26-15 on the second final reading.
I'll second.
It's been moved to second. Is there any public comments on the motion? If not, we'll take a roll call vote. I will start with Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Fletcher.
No.
Vice Mayor Ringerson.
Aye.
Mayor Welch. Aye. We'll move to items.
Thank you.
We appreciate you. We'll move to item G.
Mr. Mayor, I'll go ahead and read this one by title only as well. It's ordinance 26-16, an ordinance of the city of Alachua, Florida, amending the following sections of chapter 38 of the city of Alachua Code of Ordinances. Section 38-99A, increasing the water meter installation charge. 38-101A, increasing the water capital facilities charge. 38-102A1, increasing the water monthly customer charge for each metered point of connection to the city water system. Section 38-102A2, increasing the monthly water availability charge for each metered point of connection to the city's water system. Section 38-102A3, increasing the water consumption charge for residential service, non-residential service, and irrigation service. Section 38-139A, increasing the wastewater capital facilities charge. Section 38-140A1, increasing the wastewater monthly customer charge for each metered point of connection to the city water system. Section 38-140A2, increasing the wastewater usage charges for residential service and non-residential service. Section 38-141A1, increasing the reclaimed water monthly customer charge for each metered point of connection to the city reclaimed water system. Section 38-141A2, increasing the reclaimed water usage charge. Section 38-170, residential electric charge. Section 38-171, non-residential demand service, and Section 38-172, non-residential non-demand service, increasing the base rate for residential electric service, general service demand, general service large demand, and general service non-demand, providing for the repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for inclusion in the city code, providing for an effective date. The appropriate motion is to pass ordinance 26-16 upon its reading by title only.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Rodolfo Valderas, and this evening we'll be discussing the utility rates. This evening we'll discuss water, wastewater, reclaim, capital facility charges, and the electric. Given this is the second reading, I'll hit the highlights. I can get into all the details that you want. But our water utility has many components: operations, maintenance, capital improvement projects, energy, chemicals, and assets. And our wastewater has the same, has energy that needs to be done to run and operate all the unit processes, clarifiers, aeration basins, chlorine contact basins, maintenance requirements, treatment, personnel, and all those aspects. So how are customers billed? They're billed monthly. The water is measured in gallons. Meters are read to the nearest gallon, and wastewater billing is based off the water usage. The average single-family household in the city uses 4,870 gallons, which is well below typical uses in our area. So when we set rates, we look for stable and sufficient revenue, fair and equitable, cost-based, and adequate to cover expenses. The proposed rate increase is 3% for water, 2.5% for wastewater, and 2.5% for electric. For our water system, we have over 5,000 total customers. The customer charge is being proposed at $11.65, and we have a three-tier system that encourages folks to reduce their water usage. The proposed rates for the first tier is $2.78, second tier is $3.62, and the final tier is $5.41. So the typical residential rate increase per month is 81 cents for a customer using 5,000 gallons. For non-residential, the customer charge is being proposed at $11.65, and the consumption charge for 1,000 gallons is $3.62. For irrigation, the customer charge is being proposed at $11.65, and the consumption charge for 1,000 gallons is $5.41. Availability charges are as follows. The typical residential rate is the top one, the 5/8 3/4, and what's being proposed is $1.52 increase, is the percentage increase. Now going to wastewater, the total customers we have for wastewater is 3,945 is the total. The customer charge for wastewater is a 2.5% increase, which is the customer charge is $13.82, and the consumption charge per 1,000 gallons is $7.27. So the typical residential rate per month increase is $1.24 for customers generating 5,000 gallons of usage. Here are the proposed rates for non-residential. And reclaim is the effluent of the treatment plant. It's towards the end. This is the water that comes out the back of the plant, and it is available for it. So the proposed rate for customer charge is $10.39. Consumption charge for 1,000 gallons is 94 cents. Capital facility charges. These are the charges of a brand new development, brand new house being built. So if you have a brand new house being built, all the infrastructure that we just went through need to support. You got to hook up the water, all the piping, the assets, and for the wastewater, the same thing, all the collection system, and all the treatment components we just discussed. And so capital facility charges capture that investment that the community has. The proposed increase is 3% for water and 2.5% for wastewater. And here's a list of all the by meter size. So depending on the water meter supplying, there are charges associated with it. So water capital facility charges for a typical residential house is being proposed at $644. This is for the treatment facility aspect for it. So the water capital facility charges for the treatment facility is a 3% increase for $2,136. For wastewater, the collection system for residential what's being proposed is a 2.5% increase at $954. And for the treatment facility, the proposed is $3,927 for residential. Water meter charges are as follows. Again, focusing on the residential, since it's the second reading, a 3% increase is being provided. So that's going to be $619 for a water meter. So when you add up all the differences, To build a new home in the city of Alachua, the difference increase is going to be $218 to hook up a new house. For electric, so when it comes to electric, you have the generation, person who makes the power, transmission, person who distributes the power, and then the utility that steps down the voltage and provides electricity for the residents in the city. So there's a cost for the electric utility portion, there's a cost for transmission, and there's a cost for generation. And all those costs add up for the rates that are being presented. And so over 90% of the generation for Florida is natural gas. And as you can see, natural gas looks like the NASDAQ goes up and down. We schedule, we project, we in advance, we tell them how much power our city normally consumes. We do all that work, and that's how we manage our our generation scheduling portion of it. We do it twice. We have 2 substations, 2 different folks we buy power from, 2 different paths to transmit. So we do this twice. A lot of work. So how do we do? So here is the residential bill comparison for June 2025 to May, and City of Alachua is the lowest rate when it comes to electric in these areas. So going to the rates for electric, you have over 5,358 total customers. The average customer in the City of Alachua uses 940 kilowatts per hour. The average in the state of Florida is over 1,100. So again, very good with resources. And here's the proposed rate. The customer charge is a 2.5 increase for $9.37 per month. The first tier energy charge, 0.0957 kilowatts per hour. Second tier is at 0.1062 kilowatts per hour. For non-residential, here are the proposed rates increase of 2.5 for both. And then for non-residential, here's the non-demand being proposed at 2.5 increase. And so here's some additional slides that we added based on the last conversation. The reason we do rates is because it's good fiscal responsibility. We want to invest in our assets now than have to respond to emergency that costs so much more. And so in 2017, there was a rate increase for electric at 1.5%. From 2018, no rate increase. 2019 to 2020, no rate increase. Going all the way to 2025, no rate increase. 2026, again, we did not have a rate increase. And what's being proposed today is a 2.5% increase for electric. This is almost a decade long of holding electric rates solid. And so again, what we're presenting is fiscal responsibility when it comes to our utility. So looking forward, the energy market is, you see it in the news, is a big topic of conversation. And all the stuff that goes on in the domestic world does affect our electric rates. So in the future, we are seeing, as we negotiate these bulk powers, to come back at a higher rate than we see now. And so as we anticipate that into that projection, we, the staff, will be going out to bid for a bulk power well in advance to see how the market is and get the prices back to see how we need to react, and gives us time to react. In the future, the City of Alachua, residents can expect to be right around here in the middle, typical of all the other residential electric users in our area. And so service beyond the meter, we do additional things just beyond water, wastewater, and utilities. We provide facility tours. We've done it with residents here, support educational programs. We go out and we go out to the schools to do government week and show all the equipment we use to do the work. And we do informational flyers such as protect our water resources and interesting facts about water, and don't clog with fog. That's something that we can all do, all share to help maintain our systems. Fog, clogs up pipes clogged up. We have to go out there in the middle of the night and fix it. So to lower emergency response. So we do an excellent job, and it's wonderful to be recognized outside. So our electric, did I hit the wrong button? So our electric received the safety award for the good work they do. They've received an endurance award. And for our water department, we got best tasting drinking water People's Choice Award, and also Best Tasting Drinking Water Judges Choice Award. So we're doing excellent with our utilities. And in summary of all the rates, the typical resident consumer will see an overall monthly billing that reflects the following difference. And we broke them down per utility. So the total monthly difference is projected to be $4.44 per month. So August 10th was the first reading. Today is the second and final reading. The new rates will be into effect on October 1st. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, we haven't increased, or we're increasing the electrics now, but we haven't increased it since when? Was it 2017 or 2018?
I would say 2017. It was the 1.5% increase.
Okay, so we're looking at
9 years.
9 years of not increasing our electrics. If we look at the chart of the ebbs and flows of the prices of electric, right? It's not a flat line, it's up and down. How are we managing to keep that? Are we offsetting it through other fund sources? Like how are we managing if we're supposed to be increasing it every year to keep up? How are we able to do it for 9 years by not touching it?
So the city made a lot of investment in the electric utility. We added the legacy substation, which allowed us to connect to other power generation units. And so when we did that, it was a bold step. And it's a lot of work to have two different providers, two different transmissions. We're balancing two different systems. And our staff does an excellent job on that. We also project quite a bit. Earlier this year, or last year, we presented to the city of Alachua a solar project. That solar project would have saved the city over $10 million over the course of its lifetime. Unfortunately, given the tariffs, that project did not fall through. And so we always look ahead to see how things to help balance. Case in point was presented to you today. We do see that when we go out to negotiate our power generation bulk power costs again, the market's going to be different than it was when we first entered it. It's going to be a lot higher. With that anticipation, we plan on going out early, seeing what the prices are, to present it to this board to see what other actions we can do to react. And so, again, being proactive, what's being presented in front of you today is give us the tools, we'll get the job done. By doing these rate increases, we don't have to have emergency responses and react. We're doing good fiscal responsibility with the assets that we have.
I'm trying to figure this out because I know and it might just be with water and wastewater. We discussed that because we weren't keeping up with the increases. I think it was what's that number, 2.4% of the standard increases. We weren't matching that in previous years, and so now we're trying to catch up with that number. I believe that was on water, right? Is that also on electric, or is that not?
So one of the foresight that this board had was building legacy substation. Since we were able to get a different bulk power provider, we were able to offset with the savings any rate increases during that time. It's been a very good investment that the city had that allowed us to keep those rates low.
Okay, so what I'm saying is for 27, 20, 28, when we talk about electric, we're not using the argument, well, we kept it low for so long, therefore we have to catch up.
And so what's being presented to you today is when we go out to bid for the bulk power, that is a probability. And so as we go out to bid, and it's about a year from now, we're going to go out soon to see what the market is. Looking at the market today, if we go out for bulk power cost provider, we will be smack dab on the middle upper end. It will be a jump. And so anticipating that, we're going out to bid early. We're going to present those results to the city, either two things. Number one, everything's going well. Or, hey, in the future, there might be an increase, and then we'll have some strategies on what we can do to manage those waters as we move forward. Is that making sense, Commissioner Fletcher?
I'm just trying to figure out if the road ahead is us increasing rates to play catch up, or if we're just trying to balance against the market.
until we go out to bid, we do not know what the market was going to provide for us.
Okay.
And so we had a bulk power cost, very, very favorable to the city. It's ending its term in about a year. We're going to go out now so we can see where the costs are in about a year.
Okay.
Is there any more questions for city manager?
No, Mayor, I'll make a motion
Please do.
to approve ordinance 26-16 on its second and final reading and become effective on October 1st of 2026.
Second.
It's been moved to second. Any public comments? If not, we'll take a roll call vote. I'll start with Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Fletcher.
No.
Vice Mayor Ringerson.
Aye.
Mayor Welch, aye. We'll move to 5 agenda item. A, renewal of city commercial insurance package.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, or I guess it's still evening. Maybe it was night. Uh, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the commission, city manager, and city attorney. I'm Cap Wilson, here to present to you the other half of our commercial insurance business, and that, of course, is that deals with the commercial package as opposed to that we did 2 weeks ago in health insurance for all the employees. It's been a pretty challenging year for FMIT. They are in the midst of migrating to a whole new software system. As a consequence of that, they've had to cut years, rating years short, which frankly benefited us considerably because we dropped off a high loss year without having to pay the price for it. Because they work on a 2-year rating period for health insurance, but they only rate it on a 13-month year instead of 24 months. And we dropped off some bad months. So we were able to survive that switch. It's pretty much that way with the commercial package as well. They're actually just a bit confused. We keep very detailed records and report them very timely to FMIT, for example, about how many vehicles we have that are operating on the road. We judicially do that on a regular basis. We put vehicles online. We report it immediately to our insurance carrier. We don't really have to do that because the way they rate is they wait to the end of the year, see how many vehicles we have, and then they compare that to how many we started with. So that kind of blends the rate a little bit over the year, not to our disadvantage because we've broken it down both ways. But we're at odds a little bit about what the true number should be. So that number will be a little bit off, but it'll be rectified at the end of the year, which always occurs. The total commercial package involves everything that you can think of as a risk to our property or to our financial position. The liability section covers general liability, which is anything from a slip on our or a trip on one of our sidewalks to a huge loss against the city for whatever reason you might want to imagine. And some lawyer can dream up a way to generate a cause of action. So I know that Mr. Walker's firm does a lot of personal injury work, so he knows all about that. Our losses are controlled a lot, though, by the fact that we are not like a commercial business. We have the protection of sovereign immunity, and that goes all the way back to the King of England, because when the United States signed the Declaration of Independence in July 4th, 1776, and then the state of Florida came along some years later. The state of Florida adopted the common law of England, which included sovereign immunity. So we had complete sovereign immunity until, I don't know, 20 years ago, the legislature decided to waive part of that immunity. So any claim against the city for negligence, for example, by an individual, that individual can only recover up to $200,000. And if it's more than one, the total limit of the waiver of sovereign immunity is $300,000. That's the way we're able to price ourselves better in the commercial marketplace. And that's why back some years ago, the League of Cities led a program in the state of Florida and encouraged the municipalities to join in a trust and become a self-funded trust instead of paying a commercial carrier who paid higher commissions, 15% in most cases. And also they have to pay a premium tax, 3% on all their total premium. We don't have to pay that since we're a not-for-profit corporation. There are a lot of benefits to being a member of that trust. It's interesting to note that FMIT is a trust that's owned by the cities that participate. It's not owned by the League of Cities. The board of directors, as most of you know, is made up of elected public officials who serve on commissions such as this for cities that are members of FMIT. So there's a very comfortable year into which we speak as we work every year to try and change and get a little bit better deal, excuse me, for the city. And they're very responsive. Matter of fact, I've been doing this now for about 18 years with the city and for a lot of years before that. And it's been really very satisfying to be able to pick up the phone and call the underwriter and call the head of the commercial department and call and talk with the people who operate the health insurance business. So it's really been a positive relationship, and we'll show you a couple of pictures here about Middle, just to kind of give you an idea of some of the benefit of being a member of the FMIT program. Our property insurance did go down almost 11% this year, but just about everything else went up. Now, our total liability package, which covers, again, everything that you can think of, soup to nuts, this year for the first time includes law enforcement liability, where law enforcement liability used to be up through last year separately set forth on the rating sheet along with the damage to law enforcement vehicles. But this year, and this is a trend across the country, law enforcement officers are being included in the general liability section. And it doesn't matter what their pay is. If you forgive me, I want to give you a few little points here because I think this will probably be my last time to appear before you to present insurance. I think I'll probably retire the first or second week in January. So it'll probably likely be Mr. Lanier who's sitting beside me. And he in fact has a bachelor's and a master's degree and a certificate in governmental or public accounting finance. So, and he's right now enrolled at FSU in the law school, not as a lawyer candidate, but as a candidate for a new program that's in effect there and at the University of Florida. And even though I'm a double dip gator, I had to admit that the FSU program much better suited our needs because it's risk management, it's insurance, contracts, governmental contracts, procurement. I mean, it's a terrific program to add to all his experience. And that experience was 11 years as a manager of a law firm in Gainesville, not as an attorney, but as the business manager. So he's been around the block a lot of times and been working with me now every day for the last 20 months, and will probably be working with me another 5. So I'm doing the best I can to drain every bit of what I've learned in my a lot more advanced years than his to him, and believe me, he's very capable of absorbing all of it. So he's doing a great job. And he's even going to push the button and move the slides for me tonight when we get to that quick point. But I want to run through this very quickly. We did experience the reduction of the total liability package, even with the absorption of law enforcement that's rated higher. Why are they rated higher? Because they are exposed to claims that all the rest of us are not. In other words, intentional wrong, like false arrest, or even maybe assault and battery, or any number of constitutional issues that you can think of that are excluded under our normal general liability policy. But they're included now as a endorsement to that policy. And these are all things that we work on continuously. And the language in the endorsement is really a positive one for the city. There's one point on property that I would like to make that's in general. We right now, as a consequence of 4 hurricanes happening all at one policy year, back a few years ago, been victimized by the fact that all the insurance industry in Florida has moved to a named storm deductible over and above the regular property damage deductible, which in our case is $5,000. So if a named storm tears down a building, let's say the Hal Brady Gym and Center, that building is insured for $2.5 million. Well, it hit back about 3 weeks ago on a Thursday, and our crew responded to that storm, which had winds up to 50 miles an hour, and I think about 3.5 inches of rain in a few hours. And it was really a violent storm. Lightning damage blew out the $15,000 air conditioning unit, blew water through the walls, soaked the insulation inside, soaked the whole floor. We were able to call one service that FMIT has, and that is report it to FMIT and request the services of Synergy, which is a loss handling company in effect. And they're nationwide, and they represent the League of Cities or FMIT, the trust, exclusively in Florida. So they swooped in on the Monday morning after Thursday with a whole crew of folks and took that building apart and completely took out all the damaged material. We'll show you some pictures of what they did. But it's amazing. I mean, they took up the whole floor, all the flooring, the subflooring. They went in with machines that were unbelievable. They had 25, 30 people in there working at one time. They took that floor right down to the concrete. They sanded it, polished it down so that it was all level. And they're starting this week to build back. So in a little under 4 weeks, they've done all that work. In addition to those things, they hygienically fumigated and cleaned that entire building. When you walk into that building, when this work is done, you're going to be stunned because it's going to look like a brand new Hal Brady gym. The cost we don't have yet, but the good thing about our property coverage is its replacement cost. It's not depreciated. So when they go in there and they do all this work, they replace it with the best available material at today's price. And that's going to be anywhere from $250,000 to $500,000 when they're finished. But there's no named storm deductible there. It's just a $5,000 deductible. The beauty of all that is we'll have a brand new building. It'll be clean air, new air conditioning system, all new electric. The walls have been cut up about 2 or 3 feet from the floor, and all that moisture and mold and everything that frankly has grown for decades in there. And you take a look at one of the restrooms that we'll show you a picture of. And for any of you who've been there and had to utilize those facilities, it was pretty unpleasant. But this is all, and we'll show you these quick pictures here in just a minute. But our property premium did go up 10.46%. And that's because, not because of these losses, because with FMIT and the way that policy is written, property losses such as this and the $400,000 damage you'll remember happened 4 years ago at Legacy is not counted against us as an adverse event. So that's not calculated into our premium. I guess if we had one of those every year, we might get some kind of an adjustment. But there's been no adjustment to our premium, even though we're having, in effect, I guess that building was probably built maybe in the 1970s, middle 1970s. It's been there all that time, and it's been getting wet, and the floors was pretty bad shape. So wait till you see what it looks like now, and wait till you see what it looks like when it's finished. But that does not go against our premium. The other increase is based on just inflation, supply chain problems. None of that stuff's gone away. All the prices of everything have not gone down. You know how it is after COVID. So 10% is what we were able to negotiate. Now, one separate item from the total premium that I'm going to present to you right now, not try to slip it through on you, is the insurance company and industry adopted a major storm, named storm, only if it's a named storm, deductible of 10%. So if the Hal Brady Center had been blown away in that storm, that would have been a $250,000 deductible, 10% of the insured value of the building. We have been working with FMIT to try to get a better deal than that. So now we're down to what I'm going to presenting to you, a $5,000 named storm deductible. It's going to cost us $20,000, I think it's $316 more. But if you think about it in the terms of losses, now years ago, we had a major lightning storm when I came here in windstorm. It tore up about 4 buildings, not very badly, but the policy was written in such a way we were able to convince FMIT that only one deductible applied because all the damage was done by one storm. Well, they got a little bit smarter after that, and so did all the other insurance companies. And so now the deductible applies to each building. So it's not just 5,000 times each building. It would be the named storm deductible at 10% to each building. So that could be catastrophic for the city. So that has been presented to the membership as an opportunity to buy that deductible down to 5%. Now, that's not a 5% reduction. That's a 50% reduction. So it's from 5 to 10%. So that's something I don't know how much I can more strongly recommend that we do that. I mean, it's just absolutely critical to save us being really struck with disaster if we had a hurricane named storm hit here. General professional liability, we talked about. That includes just about everything. Uh, it's gone up a total of 7.63%. Now, again, that's tied directly to payroll, which went up 13%. So it should have gone up 13%, but we managed to get it to 7.6, even absorbing the higher liability risk for police officers that are now in that category. Cyber liability is a very low premium, $3,723, and that is a new liability that has been broken out in the last 5 years. Is that the league is and FMIT still trying to figure out what the real basis is for that, what the premium should be. So they raised it. Sounds like a lot, 14.99%, but it comes out to $558 a year. So that's a small number. And then we go to automobile liability and physical damage. This is a property, no matter whether you're a trust or you're a commercial carrier, because the cost of automobiles has gone up. FMIT's been losing money in this area for years. I mean, we had every single vehicle insured for a whole year, not 6 months, but a whole year, at about $700 a year. Well, that's, kind of come to an end because vehicles cost, 50,000, 60,000. Police vehicles are very expensive, not only the vehicle themselves, but all the equipment that is included. So that has gone up 25 and 30% for liability. Because liability claims have gone up along with the property damage claims that we endure. So in other words, if we strike somebody's vehicle, it could very well be $100,000 Jeep Wagoneer, which kind of shocks me, or even $110,000 Jeep Wagoneer. So, I mean, it just boggles my mind. That's why I drive what do you call it, a PFV, a paid-for vehicle. Every time I think about trading, I think, oh, I just can't do that. They're going to have to make this last a lot longer. But that's gone up. The whole effects of everything, including workers' comp. Now, I have to say, we were really doing well on workers' comp. We got a 25% discount last year because we had a loss ratio that was 80% of the average municipal government enterprise. But we had one accident during that rating period, which goes back 3 years, not counting the current year, that was horrendous. I mean, to the employee who was seriously and severely injured, still actually is undergoing treatment. And of course, totaled a vehicle that was an expensive vehicle at the same time. Our workers' compensation premium went from 80% of the average. That's called the rating module. It went from 80% of that rating module to average. So even as horrendous as that accident was, it brought us to average. But that's a 25% increase right there. And then, of course, it's payroll based. Remember now the police are back in workers' comp for that rating. But that's payroll based. So payroll went up 13%. So we had 25% on the top, and then we had 13%. That brought that up 38%. And then we reminded them that we get a 5% discount because we're a drug-free workplace. and we get a 2% discount because of our safety program. So that brought it down to about 31%. So we're still experiencing a 31% increase in workers' comp. If we didn't have those two programs, we'd be at 38%. So all told, when you average it all together, it comes out to just a little over 10% increase on our total premium. And it really comes down to the payroll difference and to the workers' comp claim. We got, like 14, I think it was 12% discount in or reduction in property. And we're going to give some of that back. And if you do accept my recommendation and let's buy into the 5% named storm deductible. And we're in good shape. So anybody got any questions on certainly be glad. Oh, I do want to show you the slide though. Can I do that first? Okay. You want to pop it on? Okay. So this of course is the Hal Brady Center after the storm. You see the crew of folks in there working. That's the front lobby. You recall that there was a desk counter out there. Nasty, wasn't it? Nasty. And all the way up the wall, you see where they cut the wall out up, about maybe 4 feet. And that's all being replaced. They scraped out all that old, I call it linoleum tile. It's kind of nasty, I thought. Had a lot of moisture in it, mildew. That's all gone. That's just some of the equipment they put in there. Those are fans with dehumidifier involved, and they had them lined up across that floor solid. You couldn't believe it, and they were running for like 2 days. Let's go over here. That's the generator in the right slide that they were using to power all their equipment. So they weren't hooked up to us. Of course, our power went out too when the air conditioner got blown. They repaired all the wiring that needed to be repaired. And that machine over there is the one that filtered all the air, took all the mildew, all the moisture, all the bacteria, all the things in there that made you sneeze when you walked into that building, and cleaned that. And go to the next one. And see that's the old floor. And you see him on the machine there scraping up that tile. They took up all that old linoleum tile. And you can see places over here where what has been taken up. And you can also see on the wall there where they took the wall up and dried all that out. And then go to the next one. See that? That's the whole inside of the Hal Brady gym. I mean, it's clean right down to the floor and smooth, so it'll be completely level. All of the interior has been cleaned. Well, Damon's sitting back there, and he's certainly spent his time. And in fact, I do need to mention that Damon and his crew on that Thursday night that big storm went through, and Tony Love and his crew were down there trying to save everything they could out of that building, and fighting that water away from the building as it was trying to pour in. So they were down there. Now, if I'd have been there, I'd have told them to get the heck out of there because it was lightning going everywhere, hitting all the electricity. But that's a safety lesson that I don't think they'll forget. So, but if you look at that, isn't that amazing? Just think about that building and where we're in. And it's coincidental, but we have new scoreboards that will be delivered soon. So they'll be put up with this. And there'll be a logo that the manager is going to approve in the middle of the floor that will be added as touchstone. Of course, all of it will be marked off and everything. So it'll be a brand new floor. It looks just like Legacy in there. And that was the old air conditioning unit, $15,000 that was replaced, brand new, no depreciation. But you can see the number of people who were there, and we had days that there were 25 people in that building working. And there they are standing. See the restroom, Commissioner Brown? There's another one that looks just like that. I mean, anybody who's been in one of those, I've been in one of them, and I learned how to hold it, but that was a nasty place, both of
I would hold my nose.
them. So,
Yeah.
so take a look at that. I mean, that's amazing. And when this comes back in probably another 4 weeks' time, then it's going to really be kind of a celebration to go there, cut the ribbon. That's my show. Okay. Well, I couldn't help it. I wanted to show you those. I asked the manager if it'd be all right if I did that. He said, sure, it'd be good. So that's where we are. And so we're asking the authorized and direct city manager to execute any and all documents necessary to renew the proposed city commercial insurance package for the Florida Municipal Insurance Trust, FMIT, including the decrease of the name storm deductible limit option from 10% to 5% at an additional, I should have said an additional cost of $20,316. So
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So that 1 million, was it 1 million? Sorry, the internet's I think has been out tonight. So it's hard for me to look at the supplemental agenda material. What's the dollar amount again?
the total amount will be, let me get the exact one, including the 20,000, was it 316? Will be, I can't read that. It is $904,997 even.
That's the total cost. That's not the increase, right?
No. Okay. That's the total amount. The increase is 92,000 plus
Could we have the
the
lights?
20,000. Pardon me?
All right.
All the lights.
All right, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, before the increase of $20,316, it was $884,681. So the increase was $92,551 plus the $20,316. I normally put that in. I have to tell you, this was hard to put together. We just got the last numbers. And frankly, we didn't get the numbers for the above ground fuel storage tanks for the generators around town. But that's a de minimis amount and it's required by law. So it's really a non-discretionary item, small amount. So we couldn't get those. But we'll just pay those as they finally get us a number.
Well, if there's no more questions, you guys want me to make a motion? Okay, I'll go ahead. Cap, I'm going to authorize and direct the city manager to execute any and all documents necessary to renew the proposed city commercial insurance package with the Florida Municipal Insurance Trust, FMIT, including a decrease of the name storm deductible limit option from 10% to 5% at a cost of $20,316.
Right.
Second.
It's been moved to second. Any public comments? If not, we'll move to a roll call vote. I'll start with Commissioner Fletcher.
All right. Thank you, Cap. I'll adjust your remarks on retirement during this. thank you for how comprehensive your reports have always been. From my time on this commission, they have always been thorough. Brent, you got some tough shoes to fill on that, but benefits you can work the projector. Also, really excited hearing about what happened to Hal Brady, and how you've been on top of that. And we're already getting that not
Well,
only back to what it was, but much better. So I
well,
appreciate that.
everybody, of course, is involved in that. I'm the lucky guy who gets to stand up here and talk about it.
Well, thank you for bringing it to at least me. Thank you. So with that, I'll vote aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Remarkable presentation, and thanks for the pictures. That speaks volume to me.
Thank you.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ringerson.
Again, I mean, Cap, as always, fantastic. I will say that Friday morning I had to go to Legacy or Hal Brady that morning, and they were bringing in all these people. I'm like, what is going on? And they were all in that lime green, and that's when I had called Damon. I was like, oh, okay. So glad for all you do, thankful for all you do, and I'll say aye.
And I also appreciate all that you do. And I agree with what was said about you. You do a tremendous job. So I
Thank you.
We'll move to B, City Manager Annual Performance Evaluation.
Good evening, Mayor, City Manager, City Attorney, Tara Malone, Human Resources. I can't compete with CAP's history lesson, but I'm also cognizant of our time. I think we're down to about 15 minutes, so I will try to get us through there so we don't have to waive our rules and procedures. Item before you this evening is the City Manager's Annual Performance Evaluation. You'll recall in June of 2025, the City Commission appointed him interim City Manager with a one-year contract term. Later, January 26th of this year, entered into a 3-year contract. In order to be compliant with that contract, Section 5, Subset B outlines the requirements for his annual performance review, which was to be done by August 30th of this year and then August 30th of each subsequent year. Mayor and commissioners were provided with the city manager's annual performance evaluation packet on August 4th. The packet included the annual performance evaluation introduction, evaluation, individual rating sheet, and the city manager's self-evaluation. City Manager Valadares completed his self-evaluation, detailing his perception of how he met the directives and expectations of the City Commission during the evaluation period. Each commissioner then completed the performance evaluation and individual rating sheet based on their personal assessment of the manager's ability to meet objectives and expectations reflected in the performance factors. The individual rating scores were then averaged together to produce a total evaluation score. This year's annual performance evaluation that was received from each commissioner has been attached to this agenda item. The results have been tabulated and appear on the overall rating sheet. The individual results are as follows. Mayor Welch, 10, outstanding. Vice Mayor Ringerson, 9.6, outstanding. Commissioner Shirley Green Brown, 10, outstanding. Commissioner Jacob Fletcher, 6.4, below expectations, and we did not receive a response from Commissioner Umis. These results produced an overall average evaluation of 9.0, outstanding. Recommended action is to approve the city manager's annual performance evaluation.
I'll motion to approve the city manager's annual performance evaluation. And I will say thank you for all.
Second.
It's been moved to second. Any comments from the public on the motion? If not, we'll do another roll call vote. I will start with Commissioner Brown.
Mr. Valadares, let me express my gratitude and thanks to you for your extraordinary and stellar work performance. It goes goes without saying, we have an exceptional city manager. I
move to Commissioner Fletcher.
Uh, can you repeat what the motion is?
City manager.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So the motion that I just want to be clear on, my approval is not on performance. My approval is based off of process. So I'll be voting aye.
Vice Mayor.
I'm just going to just say this. As we look, you got Carson, Tyler, Brent, Damon has Jack. I think leadership reflects, Chief, I'm not really sure who's, you're training up to take up your spot, but I think leadership affects the culture in a facility. And Tara and Rodolfo, on your hiring, and as we're moving forward, and obviously the growth in the city and the things like that, these young men and women in this field and in this building are doing amazing things. And I think Cap hit it when it hit me right away with Brent for 20 months. That's what we look for. People inside your organization that understand what's going on and to be able to put them in the right spot when their time comes, or maybe not. But I think that reflects what leadership Rodolfo has done in the last year, or even more, even when we was in Public Works. For me, I think a person that I can approach and talk to at any point in this building has definitely made that turn for me as a commissioner, probably in the last year and a half, to be able to just openly talk to you in City Hall. And I want to thank you for all you're doing. I think your values, your work ethic, your professionalism, I can feel it, and I can feel it when something's not always the greatest. And I just want to thank you for really caring about everybody in this place. So I vote aye.
And I also, Mayor Welch, I appreciate the staff and I appreciate the leadership that y'all follow. And I, for one, say he's doing a tremendous job. So, Mayor Welch, vote.
Thank you. I also just wanted to point out real quick, we did miss seeing you all at our Family Fun Day last Saturday. We had a wonderful turnout. Everyone had a great time, good spirited, good vibe, and it was really awesome. So wanted to thank you all for that because we can't have that without you. Thanks.
We would have been there if we weren't in training.
Well, we'll move on to comments from citizens. If not B, we'll have comments from the city manager and the city attorney.
Mayor, thank you. Thank you for your leadership and your vision. It's incredible, all the work that we're getting done. And my heart goes out to staff. We have absolutely incredible, dedicated staff. They show up at work at 7 o'clock and they're still here at this time. And tomorrow they got all their meetings first thing in the morning. Thank you guys. It is your shoulders we get to stand on and reach higher. Staff, I cannot begin to say how grateful we are for the incredible staff that we have. Thank you.
No comment, Mr. Mayor.
If there be no comments from the city attorney, commissioners' comments.
No comment.
I got comments quickly. Thanks to Reverend Brown for the prayer. And he and I extend our deepest sympathy, excuse me, to Commissioner Humas. The Florida League of Cities was great. There was a ribbon cutting for the Alachua Nutrition on Wednesday. I express greetings from the city. I was asked to do that. I viewed a clip. Chief, you gotta help me. I think it was the Alachua police participating in the bikers against bullies of Ocala. I was thrilled just to see that. And yeah, I think there was a young man, Jeremiah, it was his birthday. That's wonderful. Thanks. Tell all the guys. Thanks. I saw them on TV. And secondly, I read in the newsletter that the electric department, is that right? Recognized among Florida's most reliable municipal electric utilities, and they earned the Florida Public Power Reliability Endurance Award. So kudos to those guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You all have been here all day. Please go home, get some rest. Thank you for all that you do. I appreciate each of you.
All right, real quick, APD has the Canvas Church on October 21st, just in case, for recognizing the officers, I believe that is coming up. I'm sorry, it's September 21st? Oh, I got it in October. Thank you. I'm glad I actually. So September 21st, disregard that, strike that. So make sure everybody goes that. I got to make sure I move that. I will say if a mustard seed moves you, then you're doing something right. Thanks for the League of Cities. It was fantastic getting to see everybody. Going to a few of the workshops. A couple sounds like some of us went to the same ones. I really enjoy that that event, especially the first 2 days. I think just pounding the pavement, trying to talk and circulate. Asked a lot of questions with Randy, the lawyer, there to answer a lot of our things that are brought to our attention by different people and our citizens. It makes me feel good that we are doing the right things at all times. And then I wanted to say, same as Ms. Shirley, for Jackson, I'm hoping everything is okay for him and that he will be in my prayers tonight. Chief, continue to keep us safe. And again, thank you to all of you for everything you do every single day.
I want to thank each and every one, but I want to put on clear the records. If you look back to my campaign statement, my vision is still that we create unity, respect, and harmony where the citizens and the commissioners and the city staffs, we can come together. Because if you look at my campaign, I only said I want that to happen. Why? Because we're better together. I appreciate each and every one of you. I appreciate all the things that you do. I even appreciate some of the objective opinions, but and I'm still working on that. I think will accomplish that because we are better together. If we can unify it and come together, use your ability, but let's work together as a team, not trying to cause division. If we can do that, you will see that we represent the good life community. And I thank you all. I thank all your staff. I thank y'all for allowing me to be your mayor. Y'all have a great night tonight.
Mayor, I forgot something. I can't believe it. My grandbaby was born. So I forgot. I didn't say that. So with that, motion to adjourn.
Second.
This meeting is adjourned.